We'll call the meeting to order. Sorry about that, little mic check. And if you would, bring your voices down. Thank you. Our opening exercise tonight is to go through the pledge. Mr. Coder.
This evening, I would like to introduce y'all to Lainey Pierce. Lainey's being introduced this evening for her, or she's being recognized this evening for her work with our media department. She also is one of our forwards on our 8th grade girls Willow Springs soccer team. And when she's at home, she enjoys playing with her pug, Honey.
Please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and liberty and justice for all. And now for our Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. You may be seated.
All right. Let the roll reflect that all board members were present. And we'll begin the evening tonight with student recognitions.
Okay, we have quite a lot to celebrate tonight. You can tell by our crowd. A lot of great things happening with our students. We're going to kick off tonight with our robotics team. And awesome. Yeah. So we're going to start off with Josh Strickland, our high school representative teacher with robotics, and Sylvia Woods, if you can go ahead and come up as well too. And we're going to be recognizing our Willow Springs students. So students, what we're going to ask you to do as your name is called, you're going to come over here behind Mr. Strickland and Ms. Woods, and you're going to come up to the front and you'll receive your certificate. But I'm going to let Josh start off.
Speed things up. If you are on a 1082 high school team, go ahead and start making your way this way. We'll start in alphabetical order. So this team won the State Championship Excellence Award. Abby Caraway, Daniel Hanna, Kayla Vigan, Joel Wallencheck. Yeah, we'll go C first and then E. We have team letters. All right, Abby Caraway. Daniel Hanna. All right, Kayla Vigan. Anna Schnur. Daniel Hanna. Joel Wallencheck. Luke Whitfield. All right, on 1082E, our very first ever quarterfinalist at the World Championship team, Olivia Lee. Mega Siri Purapu. Tucker Ashley. Fletcher Boots. Jacob Keene. Gregory Powers. And Sean Chang. Alex Tranchina. Rob Phillips. For 1082K, our State Championship Innovate Award winning team, Sophie Corona. Tracy Chin. Jackson Delaney. Kyle Holloman. Braden Nelson. Frankie Portera. Sharon Chin. (1082R) World Championship qualified, and they did great at state. Christian Cazares. And Robert Schnur. (1082X), our state championship design award-winning team and worlds qualified. Declan Cunningham. Alec Mixa. Liam Palazzolo. Emily Perry. Chakrase Prom. And Brielle Taylor. With the next team, 1082Y, our state championship semifinalist and worlds qualified team. Leona Madrid. Alana McCraw. Clark Coons. Paul Jacina. Garrett Payne. Nicholas Galanakis. And Kylie Thomason. Last high school team went to state, and our second world's quarterfinalist team in school history, 1082Z. First, Austin Hummel. Madeline Coughlin. Grant Rasmussen. Alina Strumbickel. And Audrey Headley.
Grant, you're in the wrong place. Yeah, I know. Switch with Alec behind you. Grant, switch with Alec behind you. Your face is turning red. Panoramic.
Okay, if our middle school, if Willow Springs students will move forward.
Hello. Okay, middle school. Middle school, be quiet. I'm usually not that sweet. I'm Sylvia Woods. I'm the coach for Willow Springs Middle School portion of Lovejoy Robotics. And this year has been the best year of my career. It was a phenomenal career. I mean, a phenomenal year for these kids. When they started, they barely knew how to build a chassis, and they took it all the way to Worlds. And that's not a small thing. I don't want people to think that just, oh, it's their first year and they made it to Worlds, it must be easy. It was not a small thing to do. And they pushed and they put the work in and they studied hard. And I have never been more proud of kids in my whole life. So with that said, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to call by team. So if the whole team would come up here, one team at a time, I was trying to prevent where so people could see, but that didn't work out. Anyway, okay. So we're going to go with 1082-OA. Okay, so this is going to be, okay, so here's Max Ratliff, Zion Alam, I'm sorry, I never say that right. I'm sorry, I've messed that up all year. Nicholas Emmabile, Adam Kent, James Bognut, Carson Dykstra. All right. This is 1082-OA, and out of 504 teams, they placed 50th in World's competition. Next is 1082-OB, and that's going to be Colt Whitfield. These are not in alphabetical order. And Jack Bondasar. And Deacon Froman. (1082-OB) were the tournament champions for the state tournament, and they made it to the semifinals for their division, which was 3 steps away from Worlds. So they were phenomenal this year, a phenomenal year for this group. And I have 1082-OF. Okay, and that's going to be Luke David. It's so nice. Luke David, welcome. And Jordan Paulus, you're welcome. 1082-OH. Yeah, they're good. This is Arthur He and Nathan Sy and Tyler LaGrace. I failed to mention that with OF, raise your hand. OF, raise your hand. They were quarterfinalists for their division, which put them 4 steps away. And then OH was where they were 64th out of 504. And so my last team to recognize is going to be 1082-OJ. And that's Nolan Hummel. Let's go, Nolan! And Ace Ernst. And there were more 2 people on the teams, but baseball kind of took us out tonight. Like I said, I couldn't be more proud of these kids. They represented their families, their communities, and their school with such integrity and grace. I was just proud of them the whole time. I do have one more small award, if you'll just humor me for just a moment. I was sick, and I was not able to make the big awards that they had the other night. And there's one special award that I'm going to start giving every year to one particular kid. And it's going to be the one that has really shown the most integrity and grit. There are words that were given to me, and they're perfect words for that. A kid that just, against all odds, made it to Worlds. And he didn't make it by himself, but this particular kid began pretty much by himself and carried it all the way up. And so he embodies what we're looking for in a strong robotics contender. And so I would like to present Jordan Paulus with this year's Most Valuable Player Award.
Okay, next I would like to introduce Barb Smith, and I'm not sure if June Owens is here tonight, but Barb will be presenting the ILPC Award, stands for Interscholastic League Press Conference winners. So Barb, if you can come up.
Is it working? Okay, I'm gonna have to talk really close. Okay, my name is Barb Smith, and I have the honor of introducing my wonderful journalism students, broadcast journalism students. First of all, I know we're just introducing ILPC, but I want to recognize all of my students, my whole staff, that they couldn't all be here tonight, but we have so many students that have done so many things. In fact, not just ILPC, but we won, I have a whole list of here, but I'm not going to go everything. We were a broadcast pacemaker finalist for the National Scholastic Press Association, and only 17 schools in the entire nation, their broadcast programs were recognized and in the finalists for this. And we were the only middle school out of the entire country up for Pacemaker Award. Thank you very much. And then we had the Journalism Education Association Awards, and we won multiple awards with that. Also the Best of Texas. This was the Texas Association of Scholastic Journalists. We won more awards than any other school in the entire state. And again, we're up against 5 and 6A high schools. We won superiors, excellence, honorable mentions, amazing. And then now we're going to go to what we're here for. Okay, and I also wanted to recognize a few students, Zeta Warner and Katie Payne and Megan Gradig. They won many of those awards that I just mentioned. Okay, so let's talk about what we're here for today. We won the Distinguished Merit, which is the highest honor you can get from the Interscholastic Press Association, the state of Texas. Again, the only middle school that was given this award. And then 6 of those 6 broadcast programs in the entire state were awarded either a bronze, silver, or gold star. And only 6 schools, we won a silver star. And again, only middle school, the rest were like 6A high school. So I'm gonna brag all I want. Okay. We also, our entire staff won first place in technical directing. I wish my entire staff could have been here because they edit everything themselves. They write everything themselves and they put it all together. And sometimes we're not here on school on Friday and Mondays, and we have announcements that have to go on Friday. And I push those kids to their limits. Sometimes I get a little crazy sometimes, but they get it done. They always get it done. So congratulations to our entire staff. Okay, so let's just get the kiddos that are here. Stand up here. Everybody come up here in my media class. Come on, don't be shy. Oh, you're right. No, I want everybody up here. We're going to go this way. Start up here. I'm doing it different. Okay. I'm going to talk about what you won. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Hi. Okay. Where's Julian Mayfield? Okay. So Avery Gray is a volleyball girl. Of course, I got a lot of athletes in my classes. I like those athletes. So let's get Zala Batur. Zala, come up here. And hold on, stay. Vidya Dandana. Okay, and then along with Avery Gray, but she's not here. You guys got a first place in general news story. This is again against for a high school. So they have middle school up against the high schoolers. And so they won first place in their story, and it was about COVID and returning back to school and masks. And so it was an incredible story. So congratulations, very nice. Then we have Pablo Duran and Caitlin Miller. And they won first place general news writing, and their story about, was it the first day of school? Or so, yeah, there were lots of accidents. In fact, I got in an accident on the first day of school. It was raining, it was crazy. So they won first place. It was amazing. It was an amazing story. And also won an NSBA award and a JEA award, as well as Best in Texas, that same story. So congratulations. Okay. And then we have Reagan Wiss and Margaret Mielhaus. General news writing first place. Okay. These two ladies are my anchors. And they won first place in anchoring. They won first place in NSPA in anchoring. In fact, we were up for a pacemaker award because of their anchoring the entire country against high schoolers. So congratulations. And then this story was, I say y'all did two stories. I believe one of the stories was on the shortages in the cafeteria because of COVID. And they did an amazing job with the story. And y'all also got second place in general news writing. Reagan. And this was on the new concussion protocol. Wasn't that the new concussion protocol? Because they all had to do this new thing this year. And so they did that, and that got second place. So congratulations, ladies. Amazing. These two ladies are amazing, what they've been able to do this year. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Up against like private boarding schools in New York and California and all over the country, and they beat them. It's fantastic. My little 13, 14-year-olds. Okay, Bobby, get up here, sweetie. Okay, we got Bobby and Julian Mayfield. He told me he was going to be here. Okay, he's not here, so I'll hold that for him. And then we have Ivy Eccles, who is at volleyball. And then we have Lainey Pierce. Get up here, please. Okay. So this was a story about injuries, sports injuries, and how many kids get injured and they're out for a long time. Lainey can speak firsthand because she hurt her back and missed a lot of basketball and soccer. And so she decided to interview her dad and some of the students who've been injured. And again, this got first place in the state, and I'm so proud. It was really, really good. It was a fantastic story. So congratulations, guys. Thank you for being so good. And then we have Cindy Strattmeyer. People may not realize, but cheerleading is a sport, and she's a cheerleader, and she also got injured too with her arm, was out for a while, but she did a story about how hard cheerleading is. And again, that won second place. So we won first and second, almost everything. Congratulations, sweetheart. Awesome. Okay, sorry. Reagan and Margaret, get back up here, please. This was the first place win on your anchoring. So, okay, Reagan. Lots of certificates. You better keep on to these for college, okay? I'm telling you, they love those journalism majors. First place, anchor team presentation. Fantastic. Okay, now we have another set of anchors here. We have Julian that's not here. Skylar Jackson, another volleyball player. Addie McAfee, another athlete and dancer. She's not here. And then we have Pragya Kocha. So my lone anchor here. This is the intro sequence. This is second place, and she also won many awards in the national contest as well. So this is their anchor sequence where they just get up and do all their teases and do all their graphics and all of their editing that they did. So congratulations, sweetheart. Then we have Nick Emabau. And then Jack is not here. This is general feature writing, and this is third place. And I don't know which story it was, but y'all did so many stories. You did one on climate change. You did one on star testing and all the changes with star testing. And then you did another one on, what was it? I think, oh, it was robotics. Wasn't it on robotics? One of those won third place. So they did, these kids did so many news stories. I can't keep up with them all, but so congratulations. And I think, sorry about that. I think we're done. Sorry I talked so much. I'm proud of your children. They're amazing. So one great big hand to all these students up here. Thank you so much. Okay.
Kevin Parker's going to present for our high school. Mr. Mayfield is, okay.
Good evening. My name is Chris Mayfield, and I have the honor of serving as principal at Lovejoy High School. And if I could get my ILPC high school winners to come forward at this time, Red Ledger and broadcast. Just as Ms. Smith spoke about, ILPC really, it provides an opportunity for our broadcast and our journalism newspaper students to compete in a state competition. And so we did that this year, and I have the honor of recognizing the following students. For our broadcast and production, I know they're not all here, but some are, and I'd like to read their names anyway. Annabeth Smith, graphics second place, as well as third place for promotion commercial PSA. Jake Picarillo, promotion commercial PSA, third place. Noah Nadu, documentary, third place. Chloe Smith, promotion commercial PSA, third place. Congratulations. And Carter Lewis, promotion commercial PSA, third place. And then our Red Ledger, which is competed again very well this year, nationally recognized. Olivia Lauder, portrait, third place. Calla Patino, feature writing, second place. Eleanor Cohen, entertainment review, third place. Sarah Hibbard, feature writing, honorable mention. And then we had two other students also not here, Andrew Hager, portrait, honorable mention, and Will Doig, sports feature, honorable mention. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. One of the things I love about our district is really what I'm going to get to do now, which is introduce some of our students who competed at the state fishing competition where our team finished second place overall. I love it that we go from ILPC with broadcast and newspaper writing to fishing, because really that is what it should be for kids, and a great opportunity and experience. So if I could get my fishermen to come forward at this time, I'd love to recognize you guys. This group went to, competed at the Texas High School Bass Association State Championships on Belton Lake a couple of weeks ago. There were 325 boats that competed. We had 4 teams that qualified. The fishing team won second place team title out of 133 schools, and we had 2 teams placed in the top 10. So I'm going to read all of them because they're here, but we don't have all of them here, but I just want to read their names. Third place was Ben Burns and Aiden Abramson. 8th place, Connor Dunn and Ian Nash. 5th place, Grant Percival and Cade Stubbs. And Mason Mueller and Avery Kahn were 245th place. Congratulations, guys. Right. And they're sporting the trophy too. So.
The next group that we're going to recognize tonight are our track and field athletes, and I'm going to invite Coach Littlefield and Coach Logan up here to introduce them.
Good evening. Go ahead and come to the front. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so I want to start by thanking the board and the admin. We appreciate so much. Just the fact that they do this and recognize these kids is really awesome, and we really appreciate you all so much. The support here is amazing. Thank you, Chris Ross and Mr. Mayfield, for coming to the state meet and supporting all of these kids. And so I will talk about these girls, and then I'll let Coach Kelly go. And I did make notes because last year, if you were here last year, I had an emotional breakdown. I don't know. I think it was because, I don't know, Kaylee was a freshman and she's my daughter. I don't know, but I was just like, ooh. So I was like, I'm making notes this year, so I don't forget anything. So I'm going to start with Amy Moorefield. So first of all, Amy, you can smile. So this group of young ladies, this is only 4, and we are missing one of the 5 that went to state. But these ladies are absolutely probably some of the most hardworking kids you could find. They go through the ringer on workouts. They're pretty amazing, and we've got just their character. It's awesome. So I'm going to start with Amy. Amy Moorefield broke two of the records this season in the 2-mile and the 5K, along with being a member of 4 relays that broke records. Amy finished 5th at the state championship in the 2-mile, and she is also a member of the state championship cross country team. Amy, wave. Oh, and by the way, we broke on the girls' side 14 school records this year. That's a lot of school records. All right, so 2 of those records were Sarah Moorefield, Sarah wave. She broke records in the 2K steeple and the 3,000 meter, and she was also on 2 record-setting relays. This little girl fought her heart out at state. It was tremendous, and she got 3rd place at the state championships in the 2-mile and got on the podium. It was awesome. So Sarah Moorefield, congrats. Oh, and Sarah's also on the state champion cross-country team. All right, and so Kaylee Littlefield next. So Kaylee broke 3 school records, the 400, the 800, the mile, and then she was on 4 of the record-breaking relays this year. So these 4, and then Layla, who's not here, literally won every single relay that broke records. So Kaylee placed 7th at state in the mile, and then she was able to win the 800 meter for the 2nd time in a row, back-to-back state champion. Also, she broke the state record, the fastest ever run in the state, classifications 1A through 6A, ran 2:06:21. And just in case you're not familiar with track and field, Raven Rogers, who was 3rd at the Olympics this past summer, she's from Texas, and she is one of the top fastest girls to ever come through Texas. She ran 2:05. And so Kaylee's already running 2:06, so she's on her heels. All right, and then last but not least is the 4x4 relay. And so that would be Mia Ray, Amy Moorefield, Kaylee Littlefield, and then Layla Gaput, who's not here. And this group of young ladies had a tremendous season. They ended up as the 20th fastest time in the nation. Currently, they are the 20th fastest time in the entire nation. They were 4th at state, which we were really hoping for that podium spot, but they ran their hearts out. They were 4th. It was amazing. And Mia Ray, give a wave, Mia. Mia she's only a freshman. She broke the 200-meter record this year, and she was on 4 relays. And then Layla, who's not here, broke the 100-meter record, and she was also on 4 of those relays. So she's at track practice actually tonight. So just last but not least, I just wanted to reiterate, I'm always happy to talk about how fast they are and how hard they work, and it is tremendous. But the best thing about these girls that I love is they make me a better coach. They make me a better person. They challenge me because I have to constantly learn and grow with them to keep up with who they are as people. They're humble, their character, they're great role models, and they make me so proud. So congrats, girls.
Good evening. Thank you all for having us. It's always an honor and a privilege to be here to get represented by our school board. This is my 8th year here in Lovejoy, and every year for track and every year for cross country. It's always an honor to be here. This year, I have the privilege of introducing our boys track team for you this evening. First off, we have Riley McGowan. Riley's right here. Riley. Riley, he qualified for the state meet in the 400 meters this year. He placed 6th overall. He set a school record for us in the 400. He also set a school record for us in the 800 meters this year as well. Next, and Riley, he's going to be competing at Oklahoma State University next year for track and field. Next, I have Omari Murdoch. He was a member of our 4x400 meter relay team. We placed 3rd overall this year. Omari is a 3-sport athlete here at Lovejoy. He plays football, basketball, and runs track for us. He was a big part of our track team. He's a little bit late getting out this year because of basketball, but really worked his tail off and was a huge contributor for us in track this year. Omari's going to be playing football at the Air Force Academy next year, so let's give Omari a hand. Next, I have Parker Livingstone. He was also a member of our boys 4x400 meter team that placed 3rd overall at the state. Parker's just his first year at track. He ran under 22 seconds in the 200 this year. He was a huge addition for us. He was a member of our 4x1, our 4x2, our 4x4 relay teams, and he's also a football player here at Lovejoy. He's got a lot of Division I offers already as a sophomore, so it's been an honor having Parker out for our team. Let's give Parker a hand. Last but not least, we have Jackson Lavender. Jackson's our relay guy. He's our starter for our 4x1, our 4x2, and our 4x4. He was a member of the 4x4 3rd place team. Jackson's also a dual sport athlete here at Lovejoy. He's a wide receiver for us. He's committed to play football for SMU next year. And so he's got big plans ahead. So let's give Jackson a hand. I do want to note that our boys team, we broke 12 school records this year as a whole. So we broke a lot of records just like the girls did. Our boys 4x4 team, they broke the school record 3 times this year. They were the district champions. They were the area runner-up. They were the regional champions, and they were 3rd at state. They ran a 3:15.72, which is very, very fast. So let's give them one more hand.
I believe we have one more student recognition. I'm going to ask Mr. McCaslin to come up and introduce this award winner.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bryce McCaslin, and I am loving being the visual art coordinator here in Lovejoy ISD. This is my 16th year here, and I've been able to work with some unbelievable people. And standing next to me is one of them. And I am privileged to be here and recognize Miss Ella Ray as Lovejoy's first Presidential Scholar in the Arts. Yeah. Usually whenever I give an art award, people are like, wow, they must be able to draw. And she can, yeah, for real. I mean, she can, but that's not what this award stems from. And I think that I want to clarify that she's a perfect picture of what we strive for in our program. And what we strive for in our program is not just being able to draw or paint or sculpt. While those are very admirable traits, it's not going to take you too far unless you have a lot to go behind it. And that's something that she has. And that's why she was recognized by our president for this award. And so Ella was selected out of more than 10,000 people as a finalist for Young Arts, which is the highest contest that we have in the country for high-performing artists, and so artists that are doing really different things. Now, out of that 10,000, 6,000 were made eligible for this award, and so they were submitted to the presidential's committee for this award for the scholar. And really what that comes from is this really intensive week-long process of creating art, sitting through interviews, working with other people, dialoguing with well-known artists. And it's only through those recommendations and those interviews that you are afforded on. Now, after that 6,000, Ella was chosen as one of 20 fine artists in our country to receive this award. And only 3 of those are visual artists. It's a profound honor, and it stems not simply from her ability to draw, and she can. Boy, she will draw your face off. I mean, seriously. It really is about the idea that academic excellence and leadership and community service are these beautiful, beautiful things that come out of having an artistic voice. And that's really what we aim for in our program. And she is the clearest picture of that because she is selfless. She is absolutely committed. She will give you the shirt off her back, and she will work harder than anybody I've ever seen on anything from building her own frames for her work to donating her work and the money that it makes to a homeless school in Dallas. She does everything because it is who she is, and she's authentic, she's honest, and I get really excited about what we get to do, but after teaching this young woman for 4 years, I get really, it's a lot because she's amazing. And I hope you understand that she is absolutely deserving of this award. So thank you.
And now we have even more celebrations. Tonight, we are going to honor our campus teachers of the year for 2023. And we're also going to name our elementary and secondary teacher of the year. So I'm going to ask our campus principals if you will come up with your campus teacher of the year. We're going to start with Miss Holly Hayes. She's going to give a brief description, introduction of her teacher.
Good evening. I am Holly Haynes. I am the principal of Puster Elementary, and it is my sincere pleasure tonight to announce our Puster Campus Teacher of the Year, Amy Matucci. Amy came to us with 9 years of teaching experience, 2 of which have been at Puster. She began with us as a blended pre-K teacher, meaning she was teaching virtual and in-person students simultaneously. virtual
Yeah,
pre-K. Let that set in for just a second.
Yeah.
This year, she took on the role as a K through 4 special education teacher, as well as our special ed team lead. And she has absolutely led our team through some growing pains and a few challenges that we've had this year on that team. She is calm and she leads with grace and kindness. And her growth mindset has helped us really overcome some challenges in a very positive way, and to really put some amazing structures in place. And she is absolutely most deserving of this Peer Chosen Award for our campus.
Ms. Kraft.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Kraft, and I have the honor of serving as the principal at Hart Elementary. So my teacher of the year is not here because the Mavs are in the playoffs, and she is at a New Kids on the Block concert. And so she was like, I'm living my 15-year-old dream because my mom would not let me go at 15. And I was like, go, have fun. She's had these tickets since like January or something like that. So our teacher of the year is Lane Collins. She received her bachelor's degree and her master's degree in education from the University of Arkansas. She has taught first and second grade in many districts around our area, but for the past 4 years, she's had the honor of teaching here at Lovejoy ISD. It's her forever home and love. She also serves as our team leader this year, and she's done a great job of melding our team together. We had 3 new members to our district, and that is probably one of our strongest teams. And so that is such a great testament of her servant heart and how she has really brought them together and led them to be a strong, cohesive team. She and her husband, Shane, of 9 years, have 2 beautiful girls, Quinn, who is a 3rd grader at Hart Elementary, and then Tate, who is a kindergartner at Hart. She has this great gift of connecting with all students, and she is instructionally just sound and designs lessons just for them, but she is also the biggest cheerleader. So she's cheering them on every single day in class, but then you'll also see her on Saturdays cheering them on the field. And so she is an absolute gift and joy to have, and we are very blessed to have her. Lane Collins.
Ms. Halpern couldn't be here tonight, but she sent a wonderful replacement, Ms. Cheney, who is a co-worker of our next Sloan Creek Teacher of the Year.
Yes, I'm Miss Cheney, and I get the privilege of introducing you to my very favorite of all time. I'm going to read this. I can tell you the good and the bad and probably some ugly, but I'm going to read this and be very professional tonight. This is Miss Waters. Jennifer Waters is a 6th grade math teacher at Sloan Creek Intermediate School. She has been a member of the Lovejoy ISD teaching community for 15 years, and she's going to complete her 25th year at the end of this week. She attended East Central University in Ada, Oklahoma, where she earned a Bachelor of Arts in Education. Ms. Waters believes that every child should have a structured, nurturing environment that allows each child to excel to reach their highest potential of learning. Most importantly, she is their biggest cheerleader and builds very strong relationships with her learners that allows them to want to learn and do very well in Ms. Waters' class. After college, Waters moved from Oklahoma to Garland, Texas, where she started her career at Sellers Middle School. After the spring semester, she then opened Schrady Middle School the following school year. She was a 7th grade math teacher and coach at Schrady for 4 years. In August 2002, she and her family relocated to McKinney, where she was the girls' athletic coordinator and technology teacher. In 2004, she left coaching and went to the classroom to teach math. And in 2007 was when I was lucky enough to meet Ms. Waters when she joined us here at Lovejoy ISD. She started out as a 5th grade math and science teacher, and for the last 5 years, she's been on the best math team in the whole wide world. She's been with me, Jennifer Waters.
Yeah.
And now, Mr. Coder will introduce the Willow Springs Teacher of the Year.
Thank you, Ms. Koenig. My name is Chris Coder. I'm the principal at Willow Springs Middle School. I have the pleasure and honor of introducing Miss September Wheeler as our Willow Springs Teacher of the Year. Miss Wheeler is our life skills teacher at Willow Springs, where she teaches 7th and 8th grade special education students. She's been teaching for 15 years. Mrs. Wheeler graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Health Education from Texas A&M University. Yep, I knew that was coming. Let's hear it again. There it is. Let's see here. Miss Wheeler was nominated for Teacher of the Year for Allen ISD every year from 2015 to 2018. That's pretty darn impressive, y'all. And she's currently our Teacher of the Year at Willow Springs Middle School. Besides working with special needs students, Miss Wheeler enjoys personal training, cycling, and her prison ministry. She feels like her #1 job is to lead with love. Miss Wheeler prioritizes social emotional learning in her classroom. She creates a culture of high expectations, clear boundaries, open communication, and a deep unconditional love and compassion for all students and staff. Help me welcome Miss Wheeler as our Teacher of the Year.
And now, Mr. Mayfield, if you will introduce the Lovejoy High School.
Well, I have the privilege of introducing Miss Anna Daugherty tonight as Lovejoy High School Teacher of the Year. I actually got the opportunity to hire Miss Daugherty back in 2017. And she holds the distinction of, she's the only teacher that I've ever hired that she during the same school year, and she's certified to do it, taught both Spanish and English.
Yeah.
We talk about unicorns. That would be a unicorn. But really, truly, since 2017, I have had the pleasure of getting to watch her in the classroom with kids, and she does an absolutely incredible job. She cares deeply for kids, and she will do whatever it takes. What's equally impressive, and you can see this in the fact that her peers recognize her as such a strong teacher, is that she cares deeply for her peers. She's our department lead for our English department, and she leads with grace and with love. And truly, if I could clone someone to make sure that was the teacher every kid had at Lovejoy High School, it would be Anna Daugherty. She's humble, clearly, and she's amazing. So Anna Daugherty.
Stay right there.
All right, there is a part 2 to this. I do want to share a few words in regard to our Teachers of the Year. It is my wish for you that every day that you continue to serve our students and the public education students of Texas, that you will feel this level of love. It has never been more challenging to be a public school educator than it is right now. And so it really seems important that we're lifting you up. And I want to take this moment to recognize how important it is to lift up all teachers, because the way that they serve our students each and every day with a whole heart, pouring into them so that our students have opportunities and that they have tremendous academic and social emotional growth is so critically important for our schools and for our community. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for that incredible work that you do each and every day. And I know there are so many days where you never get a thank you. So I hope you feel the love and appreciation from our board, our administration, and our community this evening. With that being said, I get the privilege of naming our elementary and our secondary Teachers of the Year for the district. Our elementary Teacher of the Year comes from Puster Elementary and is Amy Matucci.
Our secondary teacher of the year is Jennifer Waters. And then we also, we also have the first ever, we're starting a new tradition of our teachers of the year. So Amy and Jennifer are on this plaque and their names will forever pay in the red building. And as they name our elementary and secondary teachers each year, their names will be added to the first two grades.
Okay.
Stay there.
There's more. There's more coming. Yes. 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 Yeah.
We have a special guest, Mr. Orlando Franklin.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
On behalf of the Sewell Automotive Companies and Sewell out of Mckinney, Sewell BMW, we're giving you complimentary use of a Audi or BMW. I don't know which is which, so I'm just going to hand the backs to you. But, for the summer, we just want to say thank you, guys. I've been with Sewell 22 years, and this is really the best part is the community part. So thank you, guys, for all that you do.
Yes, yes, please, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, please stand. Yes. Let's get a picture. Let's get a picture. Yes. Congratulations. What a celebration.
I will also share that they very generously took care of the insurance as well for use of those vehicles. So isn't that great? And that you also will be receiving a $250 gift card from Rick's.
Wow. Some of the most enjoyable things we do as board members is what was done tonight, the recognition of these amazing students and these amazing educators. So thank you so much for your service. Thanks to the community for coming out and supporting them. And thanks to Sewell for supporting our educators and giving them some love. So it's just an amazing evening. Thank you so much for all you've done. Our next item tonight is public comments. Yeah, I'll read it. Do we have any public comments tonight? Okay. We'll be doing public comments related to agenda items. So any individual seeking to speak during a public meeting needs to arrive 15 minutes prior and provide and fill out a public comment card. Public comment cards must be completed in their entirety with accurate and truthful information and must designate the specific agenda item. The board will provide speakers that submit a public comment card on an agenda item the opportunity to speak prior to the board's consideration of an item in order to which they were received. Public comment cards are only applicable to the meeting in which they are completed and submitted by the established deadline. Each individual gets one opportunity per meeting to share their comments with the Board of Trustees, not multiple opportunities per individual agenda item. If a speaker is not present when his or her name is called, the speaker forfeits the opportunity to speak at that meeting. The comments made by the speaker at public comments reflect the opinion solely of the speaker and not the Board of Trustees as a governing body. Order of agenda and limitations. The board reserves the right to change the order of the agenda and items on the notice of meeting and or defer agenda items until a later date. Each speaker will be provided up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees unless more than 10 speakers sign up, in which case we may reduce the amount of time that you have. If at any time, in the opinion of the presiding officer, the individual is attempting to address a non-agenda item, the agenda item public comment period, the presiding officer or the other designee may stop the speaker. Disruptive behavior will not be tolerated in the meeting. If after the provision of a single warning, the disruptive behavior continues, the disruptive individual may be escorted out of the meeting by district officials and/or law enforcement. It's a criminal offense for a person with intent to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting to substantially obstruct or interfere with the ordinary conduct of a meeting by physical action or verbal utterance. Conduct defined by Texas Penal Code 4201 and board policies BED legal and BED local. Failure to yield the podium at the conclusion of the time allotted to a speaker at public comment constitutes a disruptive behavior and will be addressed accordingly. Comments made to the Board of Trustees by meeting attendees and/or speakers outside of designated public comment periods during a meeting constitute a disruption. Board's response to public comments, specific factual information or recitals of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with the notice of the meeting. The board may also refer a speaker to a staff member in authority over that specific issue. For complaints and concerns, speakers are encouraged to utilize district's appropriate grievance procedures and policies set forth in board policies FNG local, DGBA local, and GF local. With all of that being said, who is our first speaker tonight?
Mr. President, Brad Bradford is our first public comment.
Brad, if you could please state the agenda item you're speaking to.
Yes, sir. I want to address the Stonegate annexation issue. My name is Brad Bradford. I'm a resident of the Stonegate subdivision. I want to thank the board for your attention to this matter. We had several residents at the last meeting come and speak about their personal experiences and difficulties with being in the McKinney ISD as opposed to Lovejoy. I do not directly have a dog in this hunt, but I do see the difficulties experienced by my neighbors and residents of the subdivision and the difficulties that they have in getting their children to school, to extracurricular activities. We have 41 homes in our subdivision, and as you can see from the map that was presented at the last meeting, we're very distant geographically from McKinney ISD facilities. I'd like to summarize 3 points tonight. On average, it's 3 times as far for a student in our neighborhood to get to a McKinney ISD facility as to a corresponding Lovejoy ISD facility. And I have a little graphic here. I hope you can read this. To go to Webb Elementary, it's 5.7 miles, takes 17 minutes. This is one way. If they were going to Hart Elementary, 1.9 miles, 8 minutes. Johnson Middle School, it's 8.5 miles and 20 minutes. Sloan Creek, 1.9 miles, 5 minutes. McKinney High School, where most of the students or some of the students will be driving, exposed to the dangers of highway, 5.5 miles to McKinney, 16 minutes. It's 2.3 miles to Lovejoy High School, 9 minutes. This means that it's 3 times harder and more dangerous to attend school activities or participate in sporting activities at McKinney as Lovejoy. It means it's harder, 3 times further, harder to have social activities and interaction with classmates that are many more miles away. Less time getting to and from school and school-related activity means a better quality of life for the student. Point 2, we bring approximately $500,000 in property taxes and additional revenue to Lovejoy ISD through property tax and state student attendance fees. Point 3, as Mike Elliott said at the last meeting, we live, work, spend, play, and pray in the Lovejoy-Lucas area, not in McKinney. We would like our tax dollars and our children to go to the school that best supports our the safety, social, academic, and developmental interests of the students. We realize this is only the first step in accomplishing these goals for our children, and there will be further action required by us to finalize the realignment. But without your support of our initiative, We cannot achieve these objectives for our children. And besides that, I want to have an opportunity for our children to join the fishing team, and I don't think McKinney has one.
Thank
For
you.
your attention.
Crystal Lambert.
I'm Crystal Lambert, and I'm speaking on the gym floor maintenance and the possibility of rollaway mats for the wrestling team. I'd like to thank the board and the administration for the time to share with you about the wrestling program at Lovejoy that has positively impacted my rising senior Jackson. As students develop throughout the years in school and try out different extracurricular activities, my son struggled to find anything that inspired him to be part of a team until he tried wrestling. And suddenly he found his team, a team that taught him discipline, challenged him to excel beyond his perceived limits, and gave him pride in his school. All of these challenges in his life led Jackson to becoming a state placer last year and a state qualifier this year. And while the bulk of those achievements were due to self-motivation and excellent coaching staff, it also had to do with the use of a training facility that could adequately accommodate the needs of these athletes. A locker room, significant mat space, a track, and a weight room are necessary tools for the development of a champion wrestler. Ideally, to comply with Lovejoy's motto of one standard for student athletes, we should have all of these needs met at the high school. But for now, the setup at Sloan Creek is working to make champions and to grow the program. However, if athletes have to switch to rollaway mats, it will impact their training. These mats are not meant for everyday use and are much harder than the current mats, posing a safety issue that could increase injuries, not to mention the time to set up and tear these down each day. Our athletes already spend significant time away from home and school during season, often not getting home until late in the evening. I understand one of the reasons for changing to the rollaway mats is so that Sloan Creek students can have an additional gym for their PE students. While it would be nice, is it necessary? Hart and Puster have similar enrollment and are able to accommodate their PE classes with just one gym. Sloan Creek does not have any school-sponsored sports, therefore the students do not need the same facility uses, locker rooms, etc. that a varsity sport needs. So even though our varsity wrestling team does not have a facility at the high school, which is the only sport that doesn't except for the swim team that has their own pool, the location at Sloan Creek is an acceptable trade-off due to the high quality of the current equipment. By switching to rollaway mats, this would be a significant downgrade to our program and could impact the safety of our athletes' ability to grow our program. With so many things that are thrown at our kids from society, phones, etc., this program, its athletes, parents, and coaches have built something to be proud of, and it's a positive impact on them for a lifetime. Please help them in this endeavor. Award them the ability to stay at Sloan Creek with their exceptional equipment while working toward a long-term plan of having this varsity sport housed at the high school. Thank you.
Amy Russell.
I'm Amy Russell. I'm speaking on number 18, the board meeting calendar for next year. I'm assuming it's the same one that was posted to the workshop because there wasn't one posted with this agenda item. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the workshops. I feel like that they've provided a lot of information to me as a parent, and this calendar shows that you're going to be moving those into 8:30 a.m. That's really a difficult time for working parents and also parents that are dropping off their kids at Willow or the high school, because I'm usually in those lines in the morning at that time. And I was just hoping that you could possibly consider keeping them in the evenings. That way that, if I don't make it here, then I'm usually watching it, the live stream. I can't do that while I'm at work. So I just wanted to reach out and see if you guys would consider maybe adjusting this calendar so that us parents can continue to learn from you guys during the workshops. Thank you.
Eric Abel? Abel? Abel.
Hi there. I'm speaking for item number 24, consider an act on gym floor maintenance and replacement. My name is Eric Abel. I am the incoming Wrestling Booster Club president and the father of a varsity wrestler. My wife, myself, and 3 children have been Lovejoy family for the past 10 years. Thank you to the trustees for hearing my concerns. For those of you that currently have or have had children at Sloan Creek, these next habits will be familiar to you. Habit number 4, think win-win. And habit number 6, synergize. Together is better. I'm on my 3rd child at Sloan Creek, so these immediately came to mind when I heard this wrestling proposal. Does this even sound like a win-win? The students at Sloan get their 2nd gym back to have more room at PE, but the wrestling team is relegated to a considerably smaller facility that is not in any way set up to handle a growing state champion wrestling program. Synergize, together is better. Had there been any synergy with wrestling parents or even Booster Club leadership, you might not have had to hear me ask, why do we need to spend $130K to replace an auxiliary gym floor at an intermediate school when we could replace it with a floor similar to the elementaries at a fraction of the cost? In addition, why do we need to spend additional money to retrofit a facility that is not in any way a good fit for our wrestling program? Keep the wrestling program at Sloan Creek with a non-wood floor. Save the district some money. A win-win. Habit number 2, begin with the end in mind. Currently, wrestling is the only high school sport not housed in a permanent facility. Now, I'm not sure if the district has been going alphabetically with sports facility upgrades. Baseball, football, softball, swimming, but it is wrestling's turn. We have a fantastic temporary facility at Sloan Creek and 2 amazing coaches that have elevated this team to a state championship and a powerhouse in this state. But we are also the only team in this area that does not hold practices and duels at their high school. This district is missing out on opportunities to host wrestling events and bring in revenue by the lack of an end plan for a wrestling facility. Getting a permanent wrestling facility on the high school campus is the only way to truly win-win so that the kids at Sloan Creek can have their gym back and our wrestlers can have a permanent home. Sometimes if we would listen to and follow the mantras we teach our kids, we would better handle our conflicts as adults. Thank you.
Russell Debris.
How y'all doing tonight? Been down here a little bit. I'm speaking on item number 24,
And hopefully, my name is Russell Dewberry. You saw my email that I sent to y'all. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, I really appreciate it if you do so. Kind of highlights some of the conversations we're having as a wrestling community in a little more detail than we get in the 3 minutes tonight. I'm here to kind of talk about safety as it relates to the issue in the facilities at Lovejoy Wrestling. And I really just want folks to understand, I know wrestling's a little bit more of an obscure sport here in Texas, and shine some light on our very successful program that we've built here in Lovejoy. And I do appreciate Mr. Parker, Mr. Ross, and all the other officials that have listened to some of our concerns and tried their best to meet them. And again, we just want to continue to work with the district to make the best decision for so many of our student athletes. So when we talk about $130K to replace the gym floor, it's not just replacing a gym floor. It's decisions being made on the basis of removing what is currently the permanent wrestling facility, or I guess you could say not permanent, but the dedicated wrestling facility for Lovejoy Wrestling. And I know the other option on the table is to purchase these lightweight rollable mats. And I want to just kind of share why that's not a viable solution. First off, having adequate space for wrestling is extremely important. Our current mat situation has about enough number of spots for our current sizes. So our current size of the program. So last season, we had 56 student athlete wrestlers in the program. And that's a good space. I think as others have said tonight, relative to the trade-off of not being at the high school, we have a good facility for Lovejoy Wrestling currently. So not only does that provide an opportunity for training, but the current proposal with these rollaway mats is going to reduce mat size by about 25%, which is not adequate for the amount of numbers that we currently have in the program. And this is coming off a state championship year as well, which I imagine only our program is going to grow. And not to mention the growth of women's wrestling, which is huge growing part of the sport. What's that? 1 minute. Oh, and then the others, we talk about safety. These lightweight rollaway mats, they're about the same thick as one mat we're currently using, but the difference of surface is extremely hard compared to the current double mat setup that we have at at Sloan Creek. A wrestler spends over 12,000 minutes on these mats during the course of a season, and that's all for maybe about 240 minutes at best of competition size. Our competition side. So they are spending a lot of time on these mats, taking each other down over 100 times per practice session. That's pretty intense work. This old body can't do it anymore. I can promise you that. I equate it to the difference of like a box spring and a mattress. And that's the difference you're looking at when you're changing to these lightweight mats that are not meant for practice. You talk to anyone that manufacture that these are meant for competition because of their ease and use of rolling away. So I only ask that we not make a decision that's going to take away from all the hard work of these young men and women by removing this quality facility that they have. And if looking long-term, how we can make inroads to a more permanent facility that they can call their home. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. That concludes public comments for agenda items. If you would, please join me for our invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the blessing to serve each and every student of this district. Thank you for the blessing of our community, for our administrators and teachers. Lord, I just lift up the conversations, the thoughts that we might work for the kids tonight and continue to do the great work to support our teachers and our staff. Thank you, Lord, for all the blessings you give us. And thank you for the celebrations tonight for each and every one of these students and for those that weren't celebrated. Lord, we just lift up all these things. We know it's of your will, and we just give thanks in Christ's name. Amen. All right, let me get back on track. All right. Ms. Steiner, administer the oath of office to newly elected board members.
Yes, sir. We are excited to welcome our newest board member, Miss Julie McLaughlin, as well as two returning board members, Amy Smith and Jeff Wood. We have Miss Hannah O'Connor here. She is going to come up to the front and she is going to administer the oath of office with each of our new board members.
Julie, would you like to go first? Come on up. Right here is great. Yep.
Solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, of this state, so help me God.
Julie, you want to come around and join us? Wait. Yes, let's do that. Please. Family, can you guys join Julie up front? Raise your hand.
I, Jeff Wood, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees, Position 3 of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees, Position 2 of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
Thank you, Hannah. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause. All right. Item 9, consider and act on 2022-2023 board officer selections. I would open the floor. Looking at whoever.
Yeah. At this time, I'd like to ask Barrett Owens to serve as president of the board next year and would nominate him for such position.
I'd be honored to serve. Thank you, Jeff.
You need a second, or are we good?
I'd say let's nominate the entire slate. I would like to nominate Amy Smith to serve as vice president. I think that the role she serves and the knowledge she brings with her tenure on the board is certainly appropriate and has served our interest well. And I would appreciate and be grateful if you could serve one more year as vice president.
I would be honored. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, we need one more nomination.
That's right.
Okay.
There's three
I
of us.
nominate Ann to do secretary our next year. You're meticulous, you're faithful, you're loyal, you're reliable, and I think you'd be an excellent continuation of that another year. I would be happy to do it for one more year.
All right. Any other comments? So I would entertain a motion if you all are. So moved. Marvin Bobo. Second, Jeff Wood. All in favor? Opposed? All right. Motion carries. We'll go one more year. All right. Consider and act on the appointment of a board member liaison to the Foundation for Lovejoy Schools.
So I think Jeff has done a great job in that role. And if he's interested in continuing, I think he'd be great. I've served in that capacity, and I think part of a good liaison is someone that understands the inner workings of the foundation. I know Jeff has served on that as a prior to his board service, I guess. And I think he did a great job keeping the board connected with that group in the capacity he's serving in now. So if you want to do it again, I nominate you to do that.
I accept.
I second that, yes. Jeff, you're a great representation in that role. We appreciate you.
So why don't we make a motion and then I guess you made that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. All right. The next item is notifications only, notice of resignations.
Yes, resignations, they are attached for your review, and it's just to let you all know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 12 tonight is our consent agenda. Are there any items any board members would like pulled for discussion or review? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. So moved, Jeff Wood. Second, Ann Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item 13, consider and act on the hiring the Lovejoy High School principal.
Thank you, Mr. President and Board. It is my privilege and honor to recommend Dr. Travis Zambezi for the position of principal of Lovejoy High School. Dr. Zambezi currently serves as the principal of Frisco Centennial High School. Prior to that, he opened Lawler Middle School in Frisco as principal. He has been an English teacher, a coach, an assistant principal, a curriculum writer, and has also facilitated multiple professional learnings for Frisco ISD. In addition to that, he's just a phenomenal person and educator. When we did our staff, and our student input sessions, our stakeholders gave us a list of characteristics that were most desirable in a candidate. We had them rank them and asked which ones were most important. And I said, we're going to do our darn best to make sure we get a principal that checks every one of those boxes, has every one of those characteristics. And we absolutely are bringing you a recommendation in Dr. Zambezi where he checks all those boxes for all of those phenomenal characteristics that we need in the next leader of our high school. Dr. Zambezi is joining us tonight with his beautiful wife, Amanda, who is a counselor in Frisco ISD, and their sweet 3-year-old daughter, Adeline, and he's 21 months or 18 months old now, Zach, who is at home because it's a pretty late night.
All right, you've heard the recommendation from Ms. Cordell. Any comments, discussion?
You did a great job, sweetheart. You've been so patient. I'm so proud of you.
Well, we've had the privilege to understand and hear a lot about your background and your upbringing and where you grew up at and what you stand for and who you are and what you've done. And from my perspective, it's been impressive, a breath of fresh air from a perspective of leadership and accomplishment, education, all facets of professionalism and leadership that we look forward to seeing. So I'm excited to have you join the Lovejoy family and excited for your family as well. It's been a privilege getting to know you and your background, reading about you. So it's great to meet you in person. So with that, I would entertain a motion. So moved, Marvin Bobo. Second, Jeff Wood. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Welcome aboard. All right. Item 14, Lovejoy 2030 Strategic Planning Presentation.
Good evening. I'm going to have my esteemed speakers come up and join me. I've got Pete Peabody, I've got Sydney Simpkins and Hannah Dollinger, and they are going to be handling the majority of this presentation. They were part of our strategic planning effort, which involved our stakeholders as its foundation. We had parents, community members, teachers and staff, and then our secret ingredient was our students. They were absolutely incredible. So I'm going to ask if Jack can key up my presentation. We'll get rolling. We have completed our 3 days of strategic planning, and this evening we are bringing you a summary as well as some information on our current drafts of our scorecard. What we want you to be able to do after this evening is review this document and then be able to provide us any feedback that you might have, so that as we work on our final draft, we take that into account. And then in June, we will bring you the final draft for your approval. This is our wonderful committee. As you can see, Hannah and Sydney and Pete are in that picture, along with a lot of other people. We had about 60 members on our strategic planning committee, and we are grateful for every single one of them. They dedicated personal time because they care so much about our district and our future. As you all know, these are our 3 focus areas. We utilized these to guide our work: legacy of excellence, future-ready students, and financial sustainability. It was our goal to build upon our legacy of excellence, make sure that we were making decisions and recommendations that supported our students in being future-ready, and we have to be mindful of financial sustainability. We're making progress in that area. We wanted our strategic planning targets to align with our focus and be able to move us forward in a sustainable manner. So right now, I will hand it over to Pete. I'm going to ask that each of our students, before they begin speaking, if they would introduce themselves and just share a few things about themselves and some of the experiences that they have had here in Lovejoy ISD.
How's it going, everybody? So I'm Pete Peabody. I'm a senior here at Lovejoy High School. I will be attending Texas A&M next year, majoring in physics. Yeah, there we go. Got a whole lot of Aggies in the room. I'll be majoring in physics. I get a lot of funny, interesting comments on that when I say that out loud, but that'll be a fun ride. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try and walk on and play golf at Texas A&M. I'm a big golfer. I'm also a basketball player. I spent 3 years on the varsity basketball team here at Lovejoy and 2 years on the varsity golf team here at Lovejoy, and had an absolute blast doing both. I guess with that said, I'll hand it off to Hannah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hannah Dollinger. I'm a junior here at Lovejoy High School, so you still got me for another year. At Lovejoy, I'm involved in student council and a bunch of other clubs and organizations, including LARC, FCA, Key Club, HOSA, the list goes on. And then outside of school, I also play club soccer as well.
Hello, my name is Sydney Simpkins. I'm also a senior here at Lovejoy. I will be attending the University of Oregon in the fall to major in architecture, so I'm really excited about that. At Lovejoy, I've been involved in the fine arts programs all 4 years of high school, and I'm also really big. I did freshman volleyball. That was a really fun time, and then I was involved in many of HOSA, just like Anna, in my sophomore and junior year, and then I was also involved in many programs with Lovejoy Medicine, so thank you.
All right, I'll start us off on our presentation. So I was lucky enough to be a member of the Lovejoy 2030 Planning Committee, and I really like this here, Excellence by Design, because excellence is absolutely not an accident, especially here at Lovejoy. It's achieved through a design and a plan and action, and that is exactly what the Lovejoy 2030 Committee is attempting to do. So just a basic overview of the Lovejoy 2030 Committee. We are a community-based committee, and we are striving to support the legacy of excellence, support the future-ready students, as well as achieving financial sustainability.
Okay, so at the Strategic Planning Committee, our main priorities were just to all come together as a group of students, teachers, staff members, community members, just to put together these goals for our future in Lovejoy. And I think I can speak for all of the students here, saying that we took a lot out of this committee, not only as students, but we also were able to give a lot of advice to community members and staff members and leaders of the district. But if you look at our strategic planning priorities, you can see the different ways that we focused on building our goals together. And then these are our major principles that we focused on. And this is kind of how we built each of our strategic targets that we put together that were more specific about the goals that we wanted for the future of our school district.
Okay, so what do students really need for the future? So like during these meetings, we talked about what like other companies and people have done to help prepare people for the future. And with Industry 4.0, Deloitte surveyed 1,600 C-level executives across 19 countries and conducted select in-person interviews to explore their readiness to leverage Industry 4.0 to benefit customers and communities and other key stabilizers. So that was a quote from Deloitte about Industry 4.0. And then up to 65% of children entering primary schools today will ultimately work new jobs that don't even exist yet. So at these strategic planning committees, we talked about the soft skills necessary to prepare our students for these jobs that we'll see in the future. And Industry 4.0 also requires Education 4.0. So as during our strategic planning meetings, we just basically talked about everything that we can do to prepare our students and for these future jobs.
Sydney and I will both speak on the student panel that we were a part of here in the 2030 committee. This was an opportunity for us as students to provide our input on questions that the community may have about all sorts of different subjects involving our school district, the high school, and other subject matters that were brought to attention. I really enjoyed this because it gave me a chance to speak my opinions on any matter involved at the high school as a student, through my experiences. And I was really happy that I was able to be a part of this because I did have a lot of input I'd like to tell the committee, and I hope that y'all gain something from that.
I was also able to speak on the student panel. It was a great way for us to both highlight and bring attention to the things that Lovejoy is doing well. And it's really great I really enjoyed it because I was able to speak directly to teachers and other parents in the district to really let them know like what is going on in the schools. We not only, like, as Pete said, we were able to give like this hands-on input about the schools. It was just really great to be a part of it. And so we not only had a student panel, but we had an industry, business, and educational leaders panel. So we were able to hear from adults in our district about what they look for in employees and new hires and all of these skills that they would talk about. We were able to apply in our future ready skills and all the things that we talked about to further plan our board scorecards that I'll get to later. Each of these individuals on the screen all talked about necessary soft skills, like I had mentioned before, and just ways to prepare students for the future.
As you can see here, after we worked on our first meeting, we talked about major goals and major future ready skills that we would want our students to walk out of here with. So we took each of these different skills into the planning for our strategic targets in the future. And this is just our chart of all of those. And then this is also a ranking of all of those. And then during our second and third day of planning, we split up into our major working groups. And I know me, Pete, and Sydney were all in different working groups. I worked specifically with the Graduate Profile Committee on reading through and analyzing each of the different specific parts of the graduate profile and looking into more specific targets that we want to implement into the Lovejoy way to make sure our students are continuing to stay focused on that main goal.
So here's a few of our committees we broke into as a group to just individualize different topics we wanted to discuss as a committee. There was all different kinds, varying from teaching and learning, graduate profile, legacy of excellence, financial sustainability, operations, future ready, and talent acquisition, retention, I can't say that, and support. And so with these, we had a couple different products, that being future ready skills, strategic targets, strategies, and key indicators. And these were all the best part of this was that everyone was working together to come up with these products. It wasn't just 4 or 5 people in their group. Everyone went around and looked through different boards that we had written all of our ideas upon, and everyone voted and left comments on what they liked. And it came out with some really, really good products, such as these future ready skills, strategic targets, strategies, and key indicators. So we had 3 meetings, as Ms. Cordell stated earlier. Unfortunately, I was not at meeting number 2. I was out winning the district golf tournament on the 22nd. So not me, unfortunately, but the team. Preface that. But through my time in these meetings, I learned so much about what goes on behind the scenes in the school district, as well as what different ways us as students can help better our own surroundings, whether it be just in the classroom, bettering a learning space. There's so many different things that benefited us as students, as well as a community, came from these meetings.
Okay, so as we built our scorecards that I had mentioned earlier, we had strategic targets of like where we wanted to be, strategies as like to how we wanted to get there, and then key indicators to show what we as a district have done and how we'll measure these implementation of strategies. So I was in the Future Ready group, and as a group, we came up with this amazing idea as to how to like better our students to become ready for jobs in the workforce. So we introduced many amazing ideas for that. We also identified how we as a district have been meeting those goals with all the key indicators that I mentioned before, and like what we are using as a district to get there, as well as to how we will get there in the future.
I would like to thank Pete, Hannah, and Sydney, not only for their contribution to the strategic planning process, but also for presenting here tonight. As I said, our students were really our secret ingredient to this process. We want to make sure that we are serving their needs as they move through our school system. We are so proud of everything that they have done with all of the opportunity that they have had here in Lovejoy, and they have represented the committee well. So I want to thank you all so much. I'll give you a round of applause before we move into the next. And I am going to take you rather quickly through a summary of some of these draft scorecards. So up here you'll see our wonderful teaching and learning working group, our individuals that served. And in teaching and learning, some of the highlights included the priority of making sure that we provide a work environment that supports our teachers and leads to high quality student learning experiences. And we talked a lot about the importance of teacher collaboration, working as a team. One of the outcomes of that is a recommendation to implement professional learning communities. We also want to advance teaching and learning by valuing risk-taking and innovation. We want our teachers to know that they have our support to try new innovative things with our students. And we want to make sure we get their feedback on that to ensure we know how we're doing in that area. We also want to make sure that we value the holistic nature of learning and the role of student reflection and feedback. And one tangible way we can do that is through the implementation of digital student portfolios. Throughout this process, in multiple working groups, we saw this theme of student reflection and feedback, and a focus on learning as a process, not just a product. And we did take these scorecards behind the scenes and consolidate and streamline them, because that one showed up in about 3 different working groups. So that tells you how important it was to our stakeholders. Also in teaching and learning, we have a priority placed on enhancing student learning by providing increased opportunity for enriching and exploratory experiences. We want our students to have that agency and responsibility for themselves as we as adults support them on their continuum of learning. So having students set goals and reflect on their progress is important, as are authentic, hands-on, inquiry-based learning opportunities that leads to high engagement and high learning. We also see in here development of classroom structures and processes to support instructional enhancement and enrichment. This really answers the question, what do we do when our students already know something or have accomplished the learning target? What's next? We want to make sure there's meaningful instruction that happens in those cases. Additionally, in teaching and learning, we want to prioritize multiple assessment pathways to measure student learning and growth and that success in real-world situations, real-world scenarios. Systematic implementation of essential standards and common formative assessments was something that was discussed. This will lead to greater collaboration and support. It also identifies what is most important that we're going to ensure our students have and know or that they are able to do before they move from one grade level to the next. We also talked about the importance of deep learning, and one of the ways that we can ensure deep learning is utilizing writing as a tool for learning in all of our content areas. Additionally, we discussed in teaching and learning the current state of our retest and late work guidelines. We need to work to identify our ideal state and develop a plan to achieve that ideal state. Our first step is going to be to bring together teachers, students, and parents to get some feedback from them and formation of a committee to study and make eventual recommendations in this area. This was feedback that we got consistently from our students, our teachers, and our parents, and this also showed up in all of our high school principal feedback sessions as well. So we're real glad that this is part of the recommendation for this plan. Our next group is graduate profile. In graduate profile, we have our students taking calculated risks and demonstrating resilience when faced with adversity and understanding that failure is a part of the learning process. This also showed up in multiple scorecards. I would say this probably showed up in 4 different working groups. And again, we refined and consolidated and aligned things. But this was a biggie, that importance placed again on the learning process, but understanding that if we're really stretching ourselves, if our students are really pushing themselves towards that personal growth, then there's going to be some level of discomfort and there's going to be some level of failure along the way, and making sure we create an environment where that is seen as part of the learning process and that is a tool for improvement. So we want to provide learning experiences and opportunities for students to develop that growth mindset, emphasize the learning process as well as the product, and emphasize open problem-solving opportunities. And a great place to do that is in STEM. STEM is a phenomenal place to have open-ended problem-solving opportunities where things generally don't go well the first time when you are engineering something, right? That is one of the beauties of our robotics program. We had all the students in here. They fail fast and they reiterate and they try that next solution. So we want our students pre-K-12 to have opportunities in that area to have those experiences that build that resilience and that growth mindset. Also in graduate profile, we want to make sure we're emphasizing our graduate profile pre-K-12 and then making sure our educator profile aligns with our student graduate profile. Also, the committee recommended that we create a parent profile as well. We know that parents are a valued and critical partner in the education process. And because our parents are so valued, we want to bring them into this conversation and make sure that we have this alignment. And then also making sure we're creating branding and increased community-wide communication regarding our profiles. If these are skills we want to build in our students pre-K-12, we want to make sure that we are talking about it as a community, we are celebrating it, and we're making sure that we align our instructional opportunities with it. Graduate profile also includes preparing our students to be college and career ready, so providing those opportunities. We had some feedback come through that there is some desire to study the current state of our senior projects and make recommendations for potential modifications in the future. So that's something we'll be looking at. Also enhancing college and career counseling for students and parents. This is something that also came up in our principal profile meetings uniformly from students, parents, and staff. And then 6.3, creating a more informative high school course selection process. There was a great idea in this area. I believe this idea came from a student about student-created course videos that could be linked to our digital course catalog so students could get an idea of what is involved in that course before they sign up to it, and also making sure that we're leveraging our phenomenal high school students who are already so committed to service and mentorship of our younger students, involving them more in informing our younger students of the opportunities at the high school and even the middle school level. Legacy of excellence included these wonderful individuals. And they did some phenomenal work in this area, and they talked about promoting an engaged community with partnerships that promote investment of time and resources. We have a phenomenally supportive community and all sorts of rich resources. We want to make sure that we are fully leveraging those for the benefit of our students. Prioritizing establishing partners with business, industry, community, and education organizations to enhance our student learning experiences and even provide our students with learning opportunities that we currently do not offer. Creating a district volunteer portal to match areas of need with community and parent expertise. This is very important. We've got all these resources out there, and one of our biggest challenges can be connecting our internal stakeholders with those external resources. So we're very excited about the possibility of doing this. We even have some wonderful parents that are willing to step up and shoulder some of the workload on this. And then leveraging corporations and individuals to increase giving, money, time, mentorships. So we're excited about that. We have a lot of residents and Lovejoy stakeholders that are part of large corporations that have all sorts of initiatives. And we want to more fully leverage that for our students. Also in Legacy of Excellence, enhancing programs to prepare students for postgraduate success. We have a great idea to implement some Adulting 101 in grades 7 through 12. And so that portal with all of the great resources in our community will be really important to implementing this Adulting 101 opportunity for our students so that they truly are life ready. And then providing students the opportunity to provide service and mentorship to younger students, our district, their schools, and our community. It was really important that service and mentorship show up in our strategic plan. I would say that is an area of great strength in Lovejoy ISD, and we want to build on that legacy of excellence and make sure that this is something that we continue to do and even take to the next level. Also establishing best practice protocols for student expectations, discipline, and behavior that are uniform across campuses. If we have a legacy of excellence, then we should have an expectation surrounding behavior and the way we conduct ourselves in all of our schools, and we want to make sure there's an intentionality behind that. Additionally, furthering that legacy of excellence through connection, communication, celebration, and community, building a strong alumni network, celebrating the successes of our Lovejoy ISD alumni, and developing a stakeholder communication and engagement survey. So great ways that we can connect and communicate and celebrate these things. Our operations committee did some deep work as well. They broke the rules, though. I'll show you in a minute. They really jumped outside the box. So operations has creating and implementing a holistic balanced technology plan to foster learning, accountability, innovation, and personal connection. And part of this is going to require establishing a formal cycle of technology review and replacement, making sure we provide professional development targeted at technology so that we are using the resources that we have effectively and safely, and then evaluating and upgrading technological infrastructure, for example, our internet bandwidth. See, here's where they broke the rules. They loved their strategic target so much that they were not done with one scorecard. So they kept going, which was absolutely fine. And they added to this, pursue potential revenue and cost savings opportunities, and determining appropriate safeguards and methods to promote digital citizenship, protecting students from harmful content and preventing student overuse. Creating processes for approval, support, and streamlining of software. It's very important from an effectiveness and an efficiency standpoint that we know what software we have, that we have a software approval process, and that we're able to adequately support that software so that it is highly functional for all of the individuals in our organization that need to use it. Operations also added a strategic target to fully utilize existing facility space to be more collaborative and efficient for future ready needs. A lot of the words that you heard Hannah share involved collaboration, communication, problem solving. We don't do those by ourselves individually at a desk. This requires interaction. So making sure that we maximize our existing facilities for what could become multi-use and collaboration spaces. Sometimes all it requires is pulling some furniture into that area, and then taking the opportunity to tour and benchmark against out-of-district high schools, universities, and industry partners to examine their future-ready spaces and their collaborative spaces to see where we fall in comparison. And those are things that we can potentially adopt into a future plan. And then implementation of an operations capital improvement committee. We would like to continue our work in this area. I think this really connects to our financial sustainability committee work as well, making sure we do a comprehensive needs assessment of our operations and bring stakeholders along with us and have stakeholder voice at the table as we do that. On to Future Ready. Future Ready looked at providing a world-class college and career preparation program to allow our students to learn, grow, and prepare for the career, vocation, and or education of their choosing. Cultivating college and career awareness pre-K-12. Increasing opportunity for dual credit, industry certifications, and obtaining an associate's degree. We are excited about that possibility. We actually had a team that went over, was that just last week? On Thursday, I think, we went over to Collin College Technical Campus and looked at some of their offerings there. The exciting thing in this area is it does not have to detract or pull away any resources from our current phenomenal offerings that we have in place. We really believe through partnerships with some of the educational institutions in our area, this can just be additional opportunities that we provide our students that may align with their passions and interests. And then also establishing partnerships with business, industry, and education institution to create those additional opportunities for our students. We want to make sure our students, not only in the formal setting as such as a class, have these opportunities, we also want to make sure there's internships available. And I'll tell you just the power of talking about this. Sydney, who addressed you here this evening, when we were talking about this as part of the process, actually Dr. Duplessis connected her with a summer paid internship opportunity in the area of architecture that she'll be studying in college. So the power of those conversations for our students are really important because it leads to opportunity. Future Ready also had providing educational opportunities for students to develop soft skills that they will need post-secondary and in the workforce. You saw that we identified a list of those things. We need to further develop and define those future ready skills. We want to increase student mentorship and internship opportunities and make sure we develop a college and career exploration and planning continuum pre-K-12 that supports development of an individualized graduation plan, that we're mindful as our students matriculate up through our system. We want to be exposing them to different colleges and careers and different areas that they might connect to and be interested in. Talent acquisition, retention, and support. They did some great work in this committee as well, which is so timely, so important. Lovejoy ISD will actively recruit, retain highly qualified, effective talent, making sure we've got an ongoing feedback loop between staff and our human resources department to engage in collaboration for continuous improvement. making sure we establish best practices and partnerships with universities and alt cert programs to recruit and retain talent. We're hearing more and more about universities that are closing their education preparation programs. And so that educator pipeline is going to get smaller and smaller. And so we are going to have to be more and more strategic to make sure we are recruiting top talent and growing top talent here in Lovejoy ISD. Also redesigning our Teacher Superintendent's Connection Council to increase our focus on teacher recruitment, retention, and support. We had a wonderful year this year, had great dialogue, but I think we're really primed next year to dig into some things and bring forward some tangible recommendations in this area because that group has some great feedback, great perspective. And then we also are going to create an enhanced compensation plan to allow innovative monetary and non-monetary compensation work features that reward highly effective teachers. We want to involve stakeholders in creation of the compensation that aligns to our district goals, explore alternate revenue avenues for financial rewards, incentives, and programs. We've already done some of that. Dr. Duplessis has, and Ms. Koenig have talked to you about that, some of the opportunities that are out there. Every opportunity that we know about, we're going to research and see if that has potential to create enhancement in this area. We are also going to explore all options for non-monetary compensation. That includes things like our employee daycare, shuttling our students, the children of our employees from the school that they might attend to the school that that parent might teach or work at, but continuing the idea development in that area so that Lovejoy ISD is a great place to work. And then talent acquisition, retention, and support also looked at providing multiple avenues of support to new and veteran teachers in an effort to retain and grow current staff members, restructuring professional development to provide appropriate implementation time to ensure new learning becomes part of best practices. Many school districts provide teachers with a lot of great training, but what they never do is provide teachers with time to implement it or time to debrief, reflect with their team about a plan for implementation. This is something we want to be really mindful of, and Dr. Tinsley has already integrated some of this into learning in Lovejoy. That will happen this coming August. We will also want to make sure we're enhancing the beginning teacher mentorship program in our district. We know those first years of teaching are critical in terms of being vulnerable for a teacher to leave the profession. And if we can create additional structures with mentor teachers and allowing our mentor teachers appropriate time to adequately support those beginning teachers, we know that it can have an impact. And then utilizing our updated educator profile in our interviewing and hiring process. So what is next? What's next is we will, in June, you will get a polished, refined strategic plan. It will also include the strategic targets of our financial sustainability. So those have been presented to you. Those will all be brought together in a polished document. So in the coming weeks, if you have feedback, that's something that we would like to have so that we can make final refinements. What we will be doing over the summer is looking at what areas we need to target for implementation in 22-23, or at least the beginning of implementation in 22-23. This is Lovejoy 2030, so we're not going to do everything all at once. And then once we identify those things, we'll look at resource alignment and planning, and then move into that cycle of implementation and continuous improvement. We also, as we've shared before, will make sure that this plan aligns with our district improvement plan that you will receive in the fall for your consideration, as well as our district improvement plan. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we align those things and also have an annual public report. So you all can expect that annually. And then every other year, we feel like it'll be important to pull this entire committee together, maybe not for 3 days, could be just for 1 day, to look at where we're at, what progress we've made, if we've come up short on anything, and if there's anything that needs to be revised because of current research or current context. And then behind the scenes, we are going to implement a digital work management platform to make sure that we are utilizing this plan to set our priorities and our alignment of resources as we go about our work. What questions can I answer for you?
I don't really have a question. I guess I just have a comment. Over these years, I've talked to so many community members during the campaign cycle and here on the board, and I can't think of anything that wasn't put on this list. From college career readiness to, partnerships with existing companies to partnership with Collin College. If you've never been to that campus, it's amazing. The technical campus that's right over here up by 121. Suggest you go sometime if you've not been. It's an amazing, amazing campus. Lots of opportunities, not only for our students, but for parents too, if that's something you want to get into. But I'm just amazed at this work and phenomenal. That's all. That's my comment.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for the leadership, being involved in the previous strategic planning process prior to you coming on board as our leader. It was a different experience altogether, and this was a very productive experience, and one that I feel like we can execute on and keep handy to grow us in the future. So just excited about what that might hold and what that's going to look like as we begin to put this into real life. So thanks for your leadership and your team. And also to brag on our kids again, I got to serve on one of the committees with two of them, and they were brilliant. They did more talking, we did a lot of listening, and I think that you learn a lot, and you also are affirmed in some of your thoughts as well. So their experiences on the ground firsthand were definitely invaluable to the process.
One of the meetings, and I thought it was really well done. I really enjoyed hearing the community panel regarding trying to hire and what skills that we need. I really enjoyed the student panel as well. And I just want to, thank Katie for her leadership. I have sat in, I cannot count how many strategic planning sessions I have sat in corporate America. And that was one of the best I've ever seen. So your ability to catch the vision, explain the why, but also go through a highly collaborative process actually walks the walk. And so not only is this a hallmark of a healthy organization, but you taught those kids what it's like to go through a strategic plan, which I'm going through right now in my professional life. It is an ongoing process. And so there's so many things I could call out that I really liked. But one thing I want to say is I really enjoyed seeing some of those Lovejoy sacred cows on this list, and our ability to go through and re-examine if that's still what makes us Lovejoy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornell. And you can have some oxygen now after all that talking. All right. Item 15. Is to consider and act on a resolution regarding the petition to detach and annex McKinney ISD territory, Stonegate, into Lovejoy ISD.
Good evening, Mr. President and Board. This evening, we are asking you to consider an act as the final step of the process regarding Stonegate's request to be annexed into Lovejoy ISD school district boundaries from McKinney ISD. So previously we have met and we have had a hearing and y'all have gotten together and worked on through some findings and some different information regarding their request. And so this evening we're asking you to make a decision regarding their request.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to take a minute and read a little bit more to you all, so bear with me. But this is not a process that comes to us daily. So we sought counsel to help us sort through all of the intricacies around making a decision like this and what that meant to the district in all regards. So the Lovejoy Independent School District on or about June 2nd received a petition to detach the area identified and platted as the Stonegate subdivision, more specifically described in an exhibit within the city limits of Lucas and McKinney Independent School District. from the McKinney ISD and annex the area to Lovejoy ISD. In conjunction with the petition, the Board of Trustees held a public hearing on the petition on April 25th, 2022, which was properly noticed by publication in the Allen American on April 7th of 2022 for the public hearing on the petition on April 25th, 2022. The hearing was held during the Lovejoy ISD's board meeting on April 25th at 6 p.m. at the Carrie L. Lovejoy Child Development Center, room D100 in closed session, and library open session, room 256 Country Club Road, Allen, Texas. Based on the information shared in the public hearing and related evidence, the Lovejoy ISD board carefully evaluated the petition and issues the following findings of fact with regard to the petition. Item 1, Lovejoy ISD recognized and complied with the requirements imposed under Texas Education Code 13.051 regarding petitions for detachment and annexation presented to the Lovejoy Independent School District. Item 2, the petition met all statutory requirements outlined in the Texas Education Code, Section 13.051, to request legal detachment or annexation of the area from McKinney ISD to the Lovejoy ISD. Item 3, the district expanded the Lovejoy Scholars Program for the 2021-2022 school year, and therefore students in the area were permitted to transfer to the Lovejoy ISD during this school year and were not in any manner negatively impacted by the postponement of the board's consideration of the petition. Stonegate, Texas HOA Inc. did not pursue the petition with the district. However, the district is modifying the structure and enrollment guidelines for the Lovejoy Scholars Program for the 2022-2023 school year. Therefore, the district chooses to move forward with the public hearing on April 25th, 2022, to assure the petition was properly heard and considered prior to the change in the Lovejoy Scholars Program. For the hearing on April 25th, the board considered the educational interest of the current student residents or future students expected to reside in the area and in both the Lovejoy ISD and McKinney ISD. The board also considered the social, economic, and educational effects of the proposed boundary change on the identified group and the Lovejoy Independent School District. The area shares only one boundary with Lovejoy ISD on the west side of the area. The surrounding areas on the north, east, and south of the area all are within the McKinney ISD. Granting the petition would result in a carve-out of McKinney ISD territory for a single development that is inconsistent with the McKinney ISD and Lovejoy ISD existing boundaries. The Lovejoy ISD board finds that the cities within the Lovejoy ISD territory develop comprehensive land use plans for such cities' respective jurisdictions that conform to and complement the lifestyles of their residents. The Lovejoy ISD board finds such comprehensive land use plans have been relied upon by Lovejoy ISD and McKinney ISD in developing the enrollment model used by Lovejoy ISD and McKinney ISD to construct long-term planning. The request changed in the position to alter the boundaries of Lovejoy ISD through detachment and annexation could potentially disrupt and alter such enrollment and long-term planning to the ultimate detriment of Lovejoy ISD. Granting the petition could create an expectation from other communities bordering the Lovejoy ISD and the district would grant additional requests for detachment from a bordering district and annexation to Lovejoy ISD, placing Lovejoy ISD at risk for costly and burdensome litigation as well as enrollment beyond its capacity. Residents of the Lovejoy ISD are the board's first priority in assuring the availability of services, campus space, and/or other district resources. The residents of the area that submitted the petition purchased their homes with the full knowledge the homes were located within the McKinney ISD and understood the attended travel times to and from McKinney ISD schools and activities. To the extent there has been a change in the commute time to McKinney ISD schools, proximity of the area students to to students from their home schools in McKinney ISD and or access to student activities. These factors have improved for the students in the area. Lovejoy ISD permits interdistrict transfers from the Lovejoy ISD Scholars Program such that residents of the area may choose to apply for a transfer to Lovejoy ISD, subject to the availability of services, classroom space, district resources, staff, and or other factors. The district's mission to propel every person to personal excellence could be compromised by approving the petition, thereby limiting current residents of the Lovejoy ISD of access to the services and resources provided by and for Lovejoy ISD students. Approving the petition is not the best educational, social, and not in the best educational, social, and economic interest of the residents and students current and expected both within the area and or within Lovejoy ISD. The board will execute a resolution evidencing the concurrence of Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees with these findings included as an exhibit to the resolution. The approval of these findings and execution of a resolution incorporating the findings shall evidence the expression of the Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees that the Lovejoy ISD Board of Trustees denies the petition for detachment of the area from the McKinney ISD and annexation of the area to the Lovejoy ISD. And with that, I would entertain a motion. So moved, Jeff Wood.
Second.
Second, Ann Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries to decline the request for annexation. And with that, we are going to take a short break. Ready, Jack? All right, item 16 is our budget workshop.
Community, we're going to be sharing another budget workshop with you this evening for the month of May. Since March at the regular board meetings, we've shared a budget update as we continue to develop the budget for the 22-23 year. So this evening, we're going to talk a little bit about the current year projection, just provide a brief update like we have in the previous months, as well as considerations for next year's budget and an updated projection. And again, we're building on our theme for the 22-23 budget of reframing our story as we focus on our pillars of legacy of excellence, future-ready students, and financial sustainability. And if you'll refer to our budget development calendar, just take a sigh of relief because we're almost there. We've made it through a lot of work. And so at this point, you'll see what at our May 23rd budget workshop. So this will be our last workshop, so to speak, before at the June workshop of the board, we'll share the final draft of the budget, and that would be approved by the board on the 20th. So we're getting in the home stretch. And so in terms of our projection updates, we're going to talk about our current year. And we've provided these milestones before as far as some of the big things that have kind of had impacts over the term of the current fiscal year. And again, this viewpoint provides the detail level of that same information. And so last month we shared that we were projecting to complete out the 21-22 fiscal year with about $1 million in surplus to the budget. And we continue to refine that based on things like payroll and other events. And so at this stage, we're estimating pretty close to that at a $929,000 surplus from the current year budget. And again, under the projections, you'll see kind of the big impacts that were plus or minus, with our largest gain being the payroll savings that we've received to date compared to budget of the $940,115, and then some of the other items in there that you see. But essentially what the surplus is going to allow us to do is to make the compensation changes that we would like to make going into next fiscal year. If it weren't for this budget surplus in the current fiscal year, we likely would not have been able to make any changes to the compensation going into next fiscal year. So again, we started kind of planting some seeds in November through February by assessing a whole lot of things in the district, and then started our budget workshops, kind of building our plan starting in March and continuing that work again through budget adoption in June. And as we share this most recent projection information with you, we're going to kind of summarize some of the assumptions that are built into this budget. This budget does reflect updated appraisal district preliminary values. So we continue to receive those reports on a weekly basis. And so obviously those property values are up compared to prior year. They also reduce by a certain amount between our preliminary value, our initial preliminary value we receive, and our final certified values that we receive in a couple of months. So we've also taken into account that historical reduction that we typically see between the preliminary and the final certified values. However, obviously the values are up, which you'll see reflected in this most recent projection. We're also using the demographer's projection of low to moderate enrollment growth, in addition to the projections we shared on the Lovejoy Scholar Program that we have in place for 22-23. The attendance is also listed here that we've discussed in prior workshops. We're using our TPAR adjusted attendance rate for the first 4-6 weeks, and actual for the 5th. And we're really hoping that all of our seniors will continue to show up to school this week and just check in. Where's Mr. Mayfield? Thank you for reminding them. You're awesome. We're in our last few days, but we'll be updating that, of course, into next month's projection or next month's budget update. We also have $1.4 million in staffing efficiency savings in this projection. And so those are some of the items as it relates to our largest item, which is payroll. Our assumption in this model is that teachers, librarians, and nurses would have their 21-22 supplemental step increase that they received rolled into their salary. and they would receive an additional step value of 1% increase for next fiscal year. All other staff are projected to receive a 1% increase for next year. There are some equity and market adjustments in there that we went over earlier this year. And what we have changed in this assumption is looking forward post next year, starting in 23-24, a 2% compensation increase is built into this model. So we've looked at several different things. This also retains our new zero-based budgeting level that we have set going into next year, which if you'll remember in prior workshops, we talked about that being about a $300,000 savings compared to this year. So this is our 5-year baseline projection for the general fund. And so kind of similar information to what we've shared in the past. You'll see the net surplus that we're expecting for the current fiscal year. And based on primarily that increase in property values, you can see what the impact has been on the days of fund balance through fiscal year 25. Based on this projection, we would start to hit a slight deficit budget in fiscal year 24 and into fiscal year 25, and we would end fiscal year 25 with 84 days of fund balance. And so we talked a little bit about the importance of that fund balance, and I'll share some information with you on that in a few more slides. But our goal is a minimum of 90 days of fund balance. So that obviously causes a little bit of concern that 3 years out, we're looking at that 84 figure. One of the reasons it causes me additional concern is when we look at what our demographer projected. I've kind of had in the back of my mind since we received his report that we do need to be cognizant that after 24-25, we're expected to experience about 4 straight years of declining enrollment. And so this is kind of our opportunity, our window to do some recovery just to be prepared for that. So this is our same baseline projection I just shared with you. And because of that information that we received on enrollment projections, we decided to run this model out 1 additional year just to see what would happen. Again, with all the assumptions that we mentioned earlier, this would result in fiscal year 26 ending, can y'all read that? The 63 days of fund balance. So that would obviously be a significant concern at that point. This year we started with 74 days and it was very tight to make December payroll. So 63 would at that point, we'd probably be looking at some type of loan in December.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a small increment, but I'm curious. You said you're going to roll forward the zero-based budgeting level, I guess, or whatever. How often, and I don't know because we've never done it, do you revisit that zero-based budgeting? I know it's a ton of work, so you probably don't, and it doesn't change that quickly, but when do you go back and say, okay, let's.
We usually look at our budget allocations annually, so we may not do the, quite as thorough of a process necessarily. We'd kind of have to put some thought around how we want to revise that going forward, but I do think most people felt it was a helpful exercise to evaluate. I know we learned a lot as a budget team about all the different areas of the district, so it's probably something we would have to, we would meet about and visit and develop our budget around continually. Good question.
Before we go on, just in some of these models, remind me the reason to exclude student nutrition from the models.
So the student nutrition is a separate fund. So for us, it's a 101 as opposed to a 199 general fund. So we actually adopt it as a separate budget. The good news is if you look at the monthly financial report, I did include some extra bonus information on student nutrition, which indicates that we'll end our fiscal year with a surplus in student nutrition as well, which is great because we didn't have a fund balance at all going into this year. So we're excited about that, but it kind of stands on its own. You'll adopt the student nutrition, the general fund budget, and the debt service budget. Good question.
The values of the properties, refresh me on this, that the values keep going up and these are somewhat hypothetical on not knowing how they're going to continue to appreciate. But as they do appreciate, then the tax compression takes away how much you're actually benefiting from that appreciation. Is that right?
Yes, and so additional compression would reduce the collection. So we have taken that into account.
And then, so I see that with the tax rates going down, and then also as the values go up substantially, you start having more and more recapture
That's correct.
So it doesn't benefit us. So that even if our, I guess that's a long way of saying is, even if our assumptions are not completely accurate on the increases, the effect to the bottom line might not be substantial anyways, just because the offsets, we don't really get the benefit from the increased property values anyway. So if our properties just all of a sudden stopped going up as rapidly, it's not necessarily going to affect things one way or the other. Am I thinking about that right?
It does affect it because we are in an enrichment rate, so we get above the basic tier 1 allotments.
So it helps.
So actually our enrichment revenue is largely in excess of our recapture amount. So that gap can change over time, which is why we've kind of taken it out so many years to test it. And we'll talk about some of that in more detail on some following slides that we discussed with the Financial Sustainability Committee when they had some similar questions. But essentially our recapture amount is only a couple $100,000. So when you're talking about generating $600,000 or $700,000 more in revenue, the net is still.
Yeah, but like out in 26, it's $6.5 million on here. So it goes up pretty substantially in those out years, it looks like.
So that's the
Yeah.
the recapture amount.
Yeah.
And so we'll walk through some of the models that we built on that, because that's a good question. One of the questions that we received last time was on cash flow and why we talk about days of fund balance. So I kind of wanted to bring this back from November timeframe. And that's when we were looking at what our cash balance was and what we had available on hand to make payroll. So at that stage, we were going to end the month of November with 11 days of general fund cash on hand. So we were a bit nervous about collecting our property tax collections. We were relying on that $1.3 million. And so I kind of wanted to revisit that scenario just to kind of remind folks why we are targeting that minimum GFOA recommended 90 days of fund balance, and really ideally because we rely on local tax collections as the primary source of our revenue. And we have to make it kind of from the beginning of the school year through November, December timeframe when we start receiving those collections. That's why we talk so much about that as kind of a strategic target.
Again, what, can you remind me?
74.
74, and it was still that tight.
Mm-hmm. So again, we've shared a couple different projections over the last several months. This projection is similar to what you saw just a moment ago with additional 3.17 cents. Those are copper pennies that would be available to the district through a voter approved tax ratification election. So if those 3.17 cents were added to the tax rate, this will be the change in the model. So the benefit of that to the district in terms of financial revenue or outcomes would be that by fiscal year 26, all the way out, including that extra year, we would still be in excess of 90 days of fund balance.
A larger compensation increase for the
It's still set at 2% after next year. Good question. Yep. So so what you see impacting that days of fund balance decreasing is obviously that built-in assumption of the compensation increase coupled with a decrease in enrollment and attendance. So in addition to that, we've received several questions about inflation because it's obviously a topic that lots of folks are talking about. So we've run a few scenarios to give you examples of based on various levels of inflation. If you were to use anywhere from 2 to 5% based on any of the fiscal years, what the dollar increase would be to expenses. Of course, these are non-payroll expenses because we've already built in the 2% compensation increase after next year in that model. And the net impact on the total days of fund balance. So you could take kind of any of those models and look at that inflationary change and what that could incur. Our revenue obviously doesn't change with inflation. And so we kind of have to be cognizant of what could happen on some of our non-payroll expense items. Again, payroll is about 88% of our budget, so it's not quite as significant of an impact, but it is an impact. So if you look at the chart in the upper left, just to use an example, if we're talking about next year, fiscal year 22, 23, if you were to assume that a 3% increase based on inflation were experienced in non-personnel expenses, that would cost us about $150,000 more.
What our non-personnel inflation has been over the last couple of years?
We could go back and look at past expenditures and see what the trend has been. I will say that the trend has likely not been as impacted by real inflation than likely budgetary practices of the district. Typically, we don't kind of budget inflation like most private sector companies do because our revenue doesn't change as a result of inflation. But we can certainly look at our historical trends and see.
I didn't, if the data is not readily available, I think measuring it moving forward is probably more impactful.
Yeah, it's just hard to isolate that, but it's not, I understand why you would want to know that.
And remind me, so what amount of inflation is in the current projection? Zero?
Zero.
Flat.
That's
Okay.
correct.
You're talking about inflation on personnel expenses. I mean, I'm assuming that's an average because I mean, we've seen a 50% inflation increase in diesel prices to run the buses just this year. And it's projected to be another 150 to 100% in the coming years. But I just want to make sure I understand. You're going across all lines
all
and trying to
non-payroll
figure out an
expenses.
average
That's
tuition,
correct.
even though some programs such as transportation may be impacted much more severely.
Mhm.
CRE in it as well when you're calculating fund balance?
This does not.
It does not.
The top part.
Yeah, the fund balance.
Right, the top change in days of fund balance. The bottom left model is your base model without the VATRE, and the bottom right is the impact on the days of fund balance with the VATRE.
The one on the right has the VATRE in it.
Well, this is just not personal.
So just in terms of highlights on these projections, as we've shared before, the efficiencies implemented in the current year and in the projection for 2022-23 total about $2.8 million in efficiencies that have been gained and planned for to date. That current base projection, as I mentioned before, results in a deficit budget starting in fiscal year 24, 84 days of fund balance in fiscal year 25, and 63 days of fund balance in fiscal year 26. And obviously at that point, we're going to have kind of a look at other options. Then the VATRE projection, we shared the results of that would be a deficit budget small in fiscal year 25 and a little more significant in fiscal year 26, but does result in maintaining that fund balance of 96 days, or excuse me, 90 days through fiscal year 26. And just a couple of notes, a 1% decrease in attendance outside of the projections we've already included would be a $285,000 decrease. And yes, as property values continue to increase, we're actually yielding more from those enrichment pennies that the community has already approved for us. So we're actually getting more from that. But again, combined with the enrollment decreasing, it does result in increases in our recapture.
Have we done the demographic studies? I know we did the one in 2020. right?
Annually.
We do them, we do one every year?
Since I've been on the board, we've done them annually.
Okay. So that, I mean, that, they've been really, really accurate until the beginning of the pandemic, and then they were kind of not, and now it might take a couple of years to figure out what the real enrollment trends are going to be. So that changes everything if the enrollment's not what we think it's going to be. Right?
Let's just remind us, because I think that historically the demographer had recommended we follow the kind of middle of the road moderate growth, but you're even assuming something more conservative. You're assuming the middle between the slow and the moderate growth.
That's correct.
For these projections.
And that's really just rhetorical. A demographer will never tell you which line that they would
Sure,
use.
but you're using a more conservative.
But yes, we are using between the low and the moderate because most districts have traditionally used that moderate projection. And then many were affected by the COVID decline, and really even the state has admitted that it's just not returning to the same levels that it was prior to.
Well, also with the build out levels that we have here, the low growth is probably more appropriate, not just from being conservative, but being realistic. The opportunity for growth is not as substantial geographically.
Empty nesters and that sort of thing.
Well, just
if that changes.
Expansion of rooftops, really.
People like Lovejoy. They want to stay here. So moving along to some of the additional information, and we've shared some information with the Financial Sustainability Committee, and so wanted to revisit this in this last budget workshop that we have in regard to our tax rate. So this shows you what our tax rate has been for 20 and 21 compared to our local peers that we typically pull comparison information for. So our tax rate is not that uncommon from our Collin County peers who experience fast growth in the last recent, 10 years or so. But that information from a benchmarking perspective is provided there. And then this is the historical tax rate of the district. And so currently we're at the $1.5050. And you can see the split out from the M&O tax rate, which is the gray bar, and then INS tax rate, which is the red bar on top. And so to kind of revisit what those components are, the M&O is comprised of the maximum compressed tax rate. So that's the money that we use for our general fund operations. But that maximum compressed rate is set by the state. So they give us our MCR. And then on top of that, we can add enrichment pennies. And so that's what most districts have done to increase the revenue that they receive based on that M&O rate. In addition to that, that INS rate that you saw is the debt rate. That's what we use to pay back our debt payments for things like past bonds. And so that's restricted and used to capital improvements and facility improvements. And so this is a breakdown of the MCR. The green bar is your tier 1 maximum compressed rate year over year from 1819 to 2122. And the gold and copper pennies you see in there are portions of our enrichment tax rate, and then the debt service rate on the top. So yes, as property taxes continue to increase, we continue to fund a larger share of our school district operations from local collections as opposed to state aid. So the tier 1 tax proceeds net out at the basic allotment with a few adjustments made by the state. The basic allotment has been $61.60 per student for a very long time. So we hope someday that they will revisit that. It doesn't look like they will anytime soon. So that kind of hampers our ability to generate any additional revenue to cover things like the cost increases, interest increases, and things like that. So this is just to kind of exemplify what happens with your tier 1 revenue at various tier 1 tax rates, that essentially it nets out at the same dollar amount of revenue from a tier 1 perspective. But tier 2 enrichment options are available to districts. And tax year 2019, House Bill 3 gave us more options. And so that's why you see so many districts looking at voter approved tax ratification elections to gain additional pennies of enrichment. Those copper pennies available to us are subject to recapture, but they also increase. If the basic allotment were to increase, we would also get more funding from that. So oftentimes I get a question about, well, if we reduce our tax rate, would we get more money from the state? And the answer is no, because we already have an enriched tax rate. So it would reduce the local collections revenue we receive from tier 2 funding, and the state would not make up for that. So this shows you what for 2021, if we had implemented, I think that was the first year we were able to implement the 3.17 cents in additional pennies. If that were possible, or if that had been done, what the net impact of that would have been. And so, yes, it increased the potential recapture, but also increased the revenue in excess of that additional recapture, netting about $640,000 is the estimate for the current year that would have been gained from that. Our 22-23 projections indicate a net increase of about the same. It could be 640 to 760, depending on, to your point, enrollment and attendance and where that nets out. And again, if they were to increase the basic allotment, it would be higher. But we've kind of looked at several scenarios and think that's likely where it would land next year. In terms of the process of how to gain that copper penny funding, it would be through a VATRE. Currently, the state is under a disaster declaration. It doesn't expire until February 23. So districts in the past have had to conduct an independent efficiency audit, which takes time and money. So currently, districts don't have to do that. The process is to adopt your budget and your tax rate, file for an election in August, and hold the election in November. It's required that it be held on the uniform election date. So many districts are turning to VATREs to fund things like teacher pay, staff pay, student needs. You probably heard a lot in the last election cycle about those types of things. You may have also heard that several bonds have not been as successful. Those are primarily construction bonds. So I know last November, the failure rate was about 55%. But for VATREs, it's been quite different. It was 85% passage for VATREs. So it's been interesting. A lot of the language that was required for school districts to change related to construction bonds really has impacted a lot of those approval ratings. On the cost to a homeowner, so the average taxable home value in 21 was $639,557. And again, that's your taxable value. So that's not your total home value. It's reduced by your any exemptions and things like that. So once we take that average taxable value, if we were to run that scenario with the additional 3.17 cents on the tax rate, it would increase that payment by about $195 per year. The homestead exemption that passed on the May ballot increased that exemption from $25,000 to $40,000. That would actually return a reduction of about $231 to this example tax bill. And so I actually was talking about with somebody this weekend about that, and I was explaining that it still has very little to do with the net impact you're going to see on your tax bill, because probably what you're seeing more than anything is your increase in your property value. So for this example, an 8% increase in their value is $739 a year. So that's really the biggest impact that most folks are seeing. And so this is a sample timeline. It is a little bit kind of interesting in terms of timing with the June 30 fiscal year end and the requirement to adopt a budget and a tax rate prior to calling for such an election. So some assumptions have to be made as far as postings and planning and things like that. Just as an example, we will publish our public notice soon. Hopefully after this board meeting, you'll approve the hearing date. And a second public notice is required if we end up choosing to adopt a rate that is higher than the rate we put in our notice. So most districts will choose to use the MCR from current year, plus any potential enrichment pennies, and then adjust down if necessary. So just wanted to explain that so everybody understands what the process is. And these are the posting requirements that have changed as well, so you can review them. We get a lot of questions about the web disclosure at the bottom of our webpage. They're extending that this year, so you may also see that change. So basically what we've done so far this year is pared down and rebuilt a lot of the items we have in our programs, looked at efficiencies we could gain, and now we're kind of at the point of considering what revenue options we may have. And so you'll see on the right as well some other things that we could consider in the future that haven't necessarily been implemented as part of this budget projection yet, or could continue to be refined or reconsidered. So this is where we are in our process. Does anybody have any questions about the projection or anything else we've gone over this evening?
So when we post, do we decide if we're going to pursue this VATRE route before we post and then have to include that in the rate we post? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. If we wanted to consider it at all, we would have to include it in the posting.
And you showed the slide earlier of our surrounding peer districts, and we're at the top of the range of all the tax rates surrounding us. Do we know if any of those peer districts are also contemplating that? Have you talked to your peers in those? areas?
I haven't.
We don't know.
Mm-mm.
My guess is just they're probably not, because due to their socioeconomic makeup, their pockets are lined with ESSER funds, which is why they're paying these bonuses to hire teachers. It's not from state funding or efficiency of practice. It's from ESSER funds that were allocated to districts based on their socioeconomic makeup, of which Lovejoy qualifies for next to zero.
And they can use it for a bonus as a one-time because then it's not an ongoing expense.
They can use it for, I'm not going to say anything because somebody will prove me wrong, but they can use it for a lot of things, like paying teachers.
I think it will likely exacerbate the teacher shortage as well, because some of those districts are hiring lots of extra positions that they didn't have in the past. So it will be interesting to see how that nets out once the ESSER funding is over, because they got about one more year really to use that. But it kind of has its own challenges as well. But this is kind of where we are so far on the budget. We're getting close to the end of the process. And just in case I lose my voice again, I wanted to take a moment to thank somebody who's in the room. Thomas Willman is our Senior Director of Financial Sustainability, and it has been a long year. We've analyzed a lot of different things in addition to transitioning with new staff members and new day-to-day operations and a whole lot of things. So a lot of countless hours, a lot of behind the scenes work. And also commuted from Houston for the entire year. So thank you for all your help putting all this information together. He's been a great asset to a lot of the meetings we had on zero-based budgeting and our program analysis. So I just wanted to say thank you. And thankfully his family is moving here now. So they will officially be here. We're excited that his wife and 2 daughters are coming to live here starting next week. This week. Yay. So congratulations. Excited about that.
Congrats.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. DePlessis.
Thank you.
So with that, we want to set a date for our public hearing, proposing that at June 20th, 2022, as a date for a public hearing on our 22-23 budget. I would need a motion. Amy Smith, so moved. Julie McLaughlin, first, second. Great job. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right, thank you. All right, item 18, consider and act on the Board of Trustees 2022-2023 meeting calendar.
We are pulling up a draft of the proposed district board meeting calendar with regular meetings and board workshop state listed per feedback from the board. So this is something that we can review. And if you'll note, there are workshops every month except for November, December, March, and July. The regularly scheduled board meetings on this draft remain on Monday evenings starting at 6 p.m. as in the past. You had asked that I look at the possibility of the August, September, October, and January board workshops starting at 5 p.m. in the evening, consistent with this current year, and that is reflected on this calendar. And then you will also note that the February, April, May, and June workshop are listed on this calendar as starting at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesdays.
Thank you. So I might also suggest we consider recording our board meetings for those that can't attend board meetings and board workshops. As a part of this calendar change, something that would make access to the board meetings more available to the public. So I would, maybe we could consider that in conjunction with this board calendar, or at least talk about it.
So the revision to the calendar, we had always planned not to have workshops in November, December, March, and July, correct?
Right.
And so this just adjusts all of the remaining workshops to only have now 3 workshops on a Tuesday morning.
Right.
At 8:30, and then we'd have 4 workshops in the evening like we do at present. And then I do think for purposes of the 3 workshops that are in the morning, I mean, you know, I understand the difficulties there personally, as well as the community concerns, just because, you know, I have a day job too.
Really?
Yeah. Well, so far.
Yeah, me too.
You know something I don't? No, I'm kidding. I
Not
might
yet.
have lost it already, but anyway. I do think it makes sense for us to start recording those meetings so that at least those meetings would be available to people who could watch them at some later date, or always have access to them. And I know it's an idea that's been sought in some level by the community and that we've talked about over the past year plus maybe. And so I think it might make sense to do that.
Yeah. The only other thing I'd say about board workshops is we scaled the intensity and time put into these board workshops with the needs of the district. And I would anticipate going forward that we'll continue to do that, both adding workshops and or reducing the number. We can't necessarily underestimate the toll it takes on our administration and staff to put on these meetings. And so as demand and need diminishes, we need to consider that as well in the grand scheme of things. I'm willing to do whatever it takes, as we've done in the past, and we'll continue to. But anyway, I think the recording of the workshops makes it available to those that need it. So
I think too, by having the morning in the spring, that tends, Katie, you just told me if you disagree, tends to be when things really start ramping up. Staff are busier, things are crazier, just the nature of the school year. So maybe that's a staff satisfier as well, to give y'all a couple morning ones, so you're not away from your families. I don't know. I mean, I can do whatever, but if it helps our staff who's working so hard, and we appreciate y'all so much, and we can record it so people can still see, I mean, to me, that's a win.
Well, and the other thing is too, we get into some big ticket items like budget. I mean, we just had a budget workshop as part of our regular meeting, and I suspect we'd be doing that in March, and in May and June anyway. So I think that information would still be widely covered in those board meetings, those regularly scheduled board meetings.
It's like working parents and our own teachers and our own students who won't be able to attend during the day. So I think recording it satisfies that. If I could make a suggestion, is maybe we could publish draft board meeting calendar prior to filing for election or an open position. I think that would be useful so that we can plan ahead. Selfish.
well stated. All right. There's no other comments. I'd entertain a motion.
The calendar is presented.
So move Jason James. Second Marvin. And when y'all say aye, y'all speak up so I can hear you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right. Item 19, 2021 evaluation of accelerated instruction program for State of Texas assessments of academic readiness, STAR, end of course, EOC presentation.
Okay,
So the Texas Education Code 29.081 requires each school district's Board of Trustees to hold a public hearing for public discussion to evaluate the effectiveness of the accelerated instruction program for STAR end-of-course assessment. So I'm going to start with a presentation of our performance on end-of-course and the 5 testing areas, and then I recommend we go into a public hearing. So our high school students beginning in grade 9 are taking end-of-course assessments, and there are 5 tests that are administered to our students during their period that they are enrolled in high school. So there are generally, you would find that our 9th graders are taking an end-of-course assessment in Algebra 1, English 1, and Biology, grade 10, English 2, and then grade 11, U.S. History. So STAR end of course assessments are administered 3 times per year, spring, summer, and fall, so that we can give students multiple test opportunities for those students who have not approached grade level and meeting the expectations of basically passing the assessment. So what you would find for a student during their 4 years in high school, they would have up to 10 opportunities to pass English 1, Algebra 1, and Biology, 7 opportunities to pass English 2, and then 4 opportunities for U.S. History. And so it is a graduation requirement, and the way that it's scored is that they're required to meet approaches grade level on all 5 of these assessments. So the purpose of the code is it specifies that for students who are not performing well on these assessments, that the school provide accelerated instruction for these students who have not passed. It also requires that as a school district and a campus, we evaluate the effectiveness of the accelerated instruction program that we are offering our students, and that we are required to hold a public hearing that we are doing tonight. So areas that we look at for evaluation, we look at the programming structures and learning design, and that's of the accelerated instruction. So that's through the remediation, the interventions that we're providing for these students that did not pass the test the first time. We look at student participation, those students that are participating in the additional time and efforts that our staff are providing for remediation, and then also outcomes of student performance, how they do when they take the test for a second or third time. So I'm going to go over some findings beginning in spring 2021. So we had in Lovejoy for Algebra 1, you have your numbers here, 369 students took the test, and we had a passing rate of 97.683. Biology, 377 students took it with a passing rate of 98.14. English 1, 365, 93.42. English 2, 385 students were administered that test, 96.1% passed. And then U.S. History, 378 students, 98.41%. So what you'll see is that we have a very high passing rate here in Lovejoy. So anything, the asterisk there indicates 10 or less. So we should be very proud of the performance that our students are having. So many times the spring test is the first time that they may be taking the test. So just to give you an idea of what type of remediation we were offering our students, there were students that were included in that did not pass either in the summer or the fall prior. We offered during and after school tutorials in all of those areas for those 5 tests. And then we also offer opportunities for our students to receive assistance through accelerated instruction through our Center for Academic Training known as CAT. At this time, we did not provide a digital learning platform. That's something that we may be exploring in the future for our students who, for scheduling reasons, might need that. So summer, this is basically students who are retesting. This is the data that I'm providing for you here. You'll see that, I guess, English 1 and English 2, we had over 10 students who did not pass that did retest. And so if you look at our passing rates there, we Still had a few students that did not pass, but very low numbers. During the summer, we do offer remediation for 11 to 14 days in June. And those are usually offered in 3-hour sessions, morning and afternoon, to help accommodate our schedules, our student schedules. They may attend remediation up to 2 subject areas. And we do have a few students that do need remediation in multiple subject areas, but a very, very low percentage of our students do. And then we do not charge costs for these students that are involved in these classes. And then for fall 2021, again, you'll see our success rate, we do pretty well. We still have a handful, but it looks like in that English 1 and 2 is where we have a higher percentage of our students who are still struggling. And again, in the fall, it's very similar to what we're doing in the spring. We're offering before and after school opportunities for accelerated instruction and also through the CAT. Okay. The questions. Okay.
You ready for me to open a public hearing?
Yes, I'd like to recommend that the Board of Trustees hold a public hearing on the 2021 evaluation of accelerated instruction program for STAR end of course.
Public hearing's now open. Do we have any comments, Ms. Steiner? All right. Any comments from the board? Public hearing closed. Did I miss something up?
No, you're good. I'm just up next. I'm staying up here.
Item 22, instructional material selection process and curriculum development update.
Okay, during last month's meeting, I provided you some information about, we were involved in an instructional material selection process here for a couple of our content areas. So I wanted to give you an update where we are at this point and give you a little bit more information on our physical education and health resources. So just a quick review is that the review and adoption process determines the instructional materials eligible for adoption by the State Board of Education. This process starts when the State Board of Education revises or adopts new Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills in particular content areas. So through this adoption cycle, it's based on in the foundation curriculum areas, and the goal is to ensure that those subjects are reviewed once every 8 years. So there is a calendar that is posted on the Texas Education website that does indicate what will be up for adoption or consideration in the future. So a review of materials for the enrichment curriculum may occur less often. Enrichment subjects or languages other than English, health, physical ed, fine arts, career and technology applications, religious literature, and personal finance literacy. So you may not see that as frequently over the 8 years that you would in your core content areas. The state review panels, publishers provide sample copies of the instruction materials to the Texas Education Agency. The state review panels review those instructional materials. The commissioner reports the percentage of text covered in each product that's presented, and it must meet 50% of the TEKS or text and 100% of the required ELPs. So our board policy, EF Local and EH Legal, outlines the process for the local district's adoption of instructional resources. The primary objective of the resources are to implement and enrich the district's educational program. We do have a instructional materials and selection committee that does review and brings forth the recommendations to be considered or that we would take off the adoption list or other resources that maybe could complement instruction of the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills in those particular content areas. So what we have up for adoption 2022, we have our health and physical education instructional materials. The new TEKS will be implemented in those areas for K through 12 in 22-23. And I'm going to go in just a minute, kind of where this started with the state and while we are in the year that the implementation year will be starting next school year. We are also going to be bringing forth in just a few minutes a recommendation to move forward with the advanced qualitative reasoning instructional resource. The reason that we are doing that is that because that course is being added at the high school. That is a course that we believe we needed opportunities for our students to take us at a senior level or earlier. So if they wanted to receive 4 years of math in high school, they had that option. So up to this point, we have not been offering that course. So why adopt new health and physical education instructional resources? The state of Texas or State Board of Education adopted these in November 2020. So, and here we are, it's 22, and we are going through the implementation next year. So at that time, we'll replace, the new TEKS will replace the current TEKS in the Texas Administrative Code. And I've noted it here, Chapter 115 and Chapter 116. I've given you some examples here of our K through 3 health, Texas essential knowledge and skills. These are for, this is an example of kindergarten. And I've also provided you a copy at your area there that has tabs for our elementary health TEKS, and then also our middle school and high school. So what you'll see is that what is in red is what has been added or possibly deleted. It's interesting to say that if you go to the Texas Education website right now and pull the health TEKS, they still have the 2013 up there. So this has been kind of a long process, and some of this went into effect in December of 2021. And so districts have been really trying to get some clarity from the region service centers in the state exactly where they needed to go with some of these. So, and so what you have, that's the copy that we have, and you can still tell that it's still got some markups on it as well too. But so in grades 4 through 12, I wanted to point out what's been some major changes have been the human sexuality TEKS. And that is where it would begin in 4th grade up through 12th grade. And you will see highlighted in the handout that I gave you there, where exactly where that outlines for grade levels 4 up through 12th grade. And I'm not going to read through all of this, but basically this is the descriptor you're going to see at the beginning of each grade level when we talk about the goals of the health instructional standards there that we have set forth. So this is an example of a 4th grade human sexuality TEK here. And as you see, I've even asked the question, so we've got red. So this is all through a process that they've gone through to get to the point where in November 2020 they were ready to move forward with these. So this gives you an idea of what would be taught under that particular area for 4th grade. This is a 7th grade one as well. And then I've given you a high school one as well too. But all of these for all the grade levels you will find highlighted in your handout there. So when are our health TEKS taught? They are taught through school counseling. Our school counselors help support instruction in that area. Of course, our physical education throughout our teachers and coaches instructing in that area. And there are some health lessons that we would have our nurses teach too. So it would vary. We are going to be working on some documents through our department that it will be specifying exactly what TEKS, health TEKS would be taught by these groups that I've outlined here for you. So the adoption for the process for adoption of human sexuality instruction, this has been a big shift with the new code. And so I want to point out here, this is in our policy. AA local. And what it basically does, it spells out that the process shall apply regarding the adoption of, sorry, don't have my glasses on, your curriculum materials for the district's human sexuality instruction. So the board shall adopt a resolution convening the district's school health advisory to recommend curriculum materials for the instruction. So that's better known as the SHAC. The SHAC shall hold at least 2 public meetings on the curriculum materials before adopting recommendations to present to the board. The SHAC recommendations must apply with the instructional content requirements in law. So that's what's laid out in the Texas Education Code. And then the SHAC shall present the recommendations to the board at a public meeting. After the board ensures the recommendations from the SHAC, then they shall approve. So just to kind of give you an idea, what this is based on, the reason it's a local policy is because what's determined, what is in the text, the text, I'm going to call it both words there, but that is really what's laid out by the state of Texas of what the expectation is with in those particular areas. And again, human sexuality is being more of a controversial questions asked about that. But that's determined really by the values of the local district. And that's where the major changes that we're seeing in this. So you may have some districts that the SHAC may come forward and say, we want to, be more conservative. You may have some districts that may want to, be a little bit more on the other side of that. So, and speaking with some districts, we're seeing, there are some, it's kind of the will of the community. So I think we have had some questions and conversations with some other districts, and some of the things that have been brought forth may look different from area to area, but we will say our surrounding area, we're probably going to have some very common recommendations coming forward. So this is an important piece also that I wanted to just bring forth, is that this kind of lays out what the SHAC will do. And then this is a piece here. So it really talks about parent choice. And so what this basically is, there is an opt-in for parents to make the decision whether they want their students participating in this. So this is laid out in the code that districts are required to inform parents of the human sexuality instruction requirements under state law. We must provide written notification to parents of the intent to provide prevention education for school safety and human sexuality instruction. And then this is the opt-in part here. We obtain parental consent for instruction in each of the following prevention topics. So you can see there's more than just the human sexuality instruction. It also talks about violence prevention and child abuse prevention, sex trafficking, et cetera. When we adopt the instructional materials, we are required to make sure that we post those on the district website for parents to access. And then the information for parental involvement in the development of the curriculum to be used in human sexuality, including information regarding the SHAC. So where does this lead us? We are recommending that tonight, and I'll be in that part in just a minute, but we are going to recommend that we go ahead and move forward with the advanced qualitative reasoning instructional resource. That's the math course I was referring to. Then we are doing the presentation tonight about our local policies and the responsibilities of the School Health Advisory Committee. On the June 20th board meeting, we're going to recommend recommending the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution authorizing the SHAC make recommendations to the board regarding appropriate grade level and methods of instruction for human sexuality approval, and also approving the SHAC members for the 22-23 school year. So at the next workshop, we'll be providing a sample of a resolution that we would be bringing forward at the June 20th meeting. So then in August 29th, because the SHAC has to have 2 meetings, they would be bringing forth a recommendation regarding the appropriate grade level and methods of instruction for human sexuality. and not the other areas, but just the human sexuality piece of it. And then in September 26th meeting, we'll recommend the adoption of the health and physical education instructional resources.
So these requirements go in at the beginning of the school year, but we're not going to have materials until after school starts?
Well, these are online textbooks. We can build the scope and sequence where the human sexuality part would probably not be taught until we have that adoption
So
approved.
part of the, so there could be curriculum for health already started, but the other piece not approved yet.
Correct. Mhm.
Is the board required to adopt the recommendation of the SHAC?
Well, that's what, I mean, I guess the board could say, no, we don't want to accept it, but that's the group that would be coming forward with the recommendation. Mhm.
And the SHAC meetings are public meetings.
Correct. Mhm. And they're posted meetings just like we would board meetings.
Yep.
So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And those meetings would be between June 20 and the August 29 timeframe.
Correct. Mhm.
And then based on what the SHAC recommends and assuming then what is considered by the board, law requires all that to be disclosed to the community and to give the rights of every parent to opt in, opt out.
Right. And I do want to point out, there are some, the state did not provide a lot of options for us with our textbooks. And we're really thinking that probably the only grade levels we need to really adopt for would be the high school, because that is a graduation requirement to take a health course, complete a health course. So, but I think what you'll see there, one of those resources that we have on our list right now, it has an option of the human sexuality that is probably a little different from probably the values that we have here in Lovejoy. But again, that we did not want to just bring one option forward. So that's why we, and some districts are adopting the portion without the human sexuality piece on it and just developing their own with that. Some are adopting both from what I've been told.
Yeah, and that's my question. Of the resources that were posted and made for public review over the last week or two, since it is an online model, do we have the option to pick certain modules only and discard certain modules?
Yes.
And then in those situations, we would supplement teach with our own curriculum or use pre-existing curriculum on those?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And did health materials to approve prior to this, and then the human sexuality is a different piece, or is it, how does?
Well, we could, but we really thought we would prefer to let SHAC meet first. We debated on doing that, but we felt like the way that we could build our scope and sequence for those courses, we could, for the health classes, we could avoid having that until we adopted the actual instructional materials.
Can you remind me who's on the SHAC? I know we recently appointed Dr. Johnson. Who else serves on that committee? Sorry, I know, putting you on the spot. Like it's a variety of people, right? Parents. Perfect.
Now, keep in mind, we're bringing back the approval, because you have to approve the committee or the SHAC committee annually.
Right.
So we're going to go ahead and just do that in June as well.
I remember we did that. I just couldn't remember.
Mhm. Right.
Thank you.
We must teach the TEKS, right?
Correct.
This is the choice of which instructional resource to use to teach the TEKS.
Correct.
We have no choice over teaching
Right.
the TEKS.
Mhm.
Okay.
But parents do have an opt-out on the piece that the 3 areas that I noted.
Human sexuality.
Mhm.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And so just because I needed to clarify this myself when I went to look at the books, is that there is health and physical education, which is one part, and human sexuality, which is the
Which
second.
is a separate part, yes.
And then because I have to ask the finance number, if we're buying new textbooks, how is that getting paid for?
We do that through our IMAT system. So the state allocates districts funds that are for just instructional materials. And so that's allocated every 2 years. And it's, so that's what we generally purchase it from.
Okay. And if we choose not to purchase a new textbook, do we still get that money or no? You only use
Well,
for
it
the-
doesn't, informally, that's what it was. You just had, I mean, you were up for adoption and the state just paid for it. Several years ago, they started allocating money. So that if districts wanted to, if you didn't want something off the state textbook adoption list, but you found something that was more appropriate for your district or your courses, then you had the option to use that money to purchase that as well.
Can we use it to pay teachers? No.
I wish
have
we
to-
could, but no. Yeah.
And am I correct, that the state will provide that funding for the instructional materials as long as those instructional materials meet at least 50% of the required teachers?
Yes. Well,
So
it's still part of your EMAT money is what it is. So you just districts have to choose how they want to spend it.
But where is the 50% requirement? Is that what we're required to
That's,
teach? or
that's
is
what
that
they
what's
put on
required?
their list. That's what the state puts on their
Okay.
adoption list. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Right. Mhm.
Administration come forward with a rough estimate of which percentage of the TEKS are covered by those textbooks? Because I know that 50% is the recommendation, but it doesn't mean that these books only have 50% of the TEKS.
We can
covered.
certainly provide that. Mhm.
The requirement for graduation, is that a state requirement or a local requirement?
Local. Question?
Thank you.
Sure.
Item 23, consider and act on the adoption of advanced quantitative reasoning instructional resource.
Okay. So the district is recommending that we adopt the textbook for advanced qualitative reasoning. The title of the textbook is Advanced Qualitative Reasoning, Mathematics for the World Around Us. And the publisher is AQR. And this course is a course where students learn to become critical consumers of real world qualitative skills and solve authentic problems. And so the prerequisite courses for this particular course are geometry and algebra 2. And again, it gives our seniors, our upperclassmen, an opportunity to take another year of math if they elect to, because many of our students are taking algebra 1 in middle school. And so this just adds another course. So the estimated cost for the 22-23 school year for this textbook is $2,680. And again, that would be funded through the instructional material and technologies allotment.
So this is different from a stats course.
Correct.
This instructional material has been made available for public view as well. over the
Correct.
last week or two.
All right.
And when our committee reviews these, they do follow a rubric to determine if it would align with the needs of the course in the local community. And that committee is made up of teachers, administrators, and curriculum coordinators.
Do we have any understanding about why we hadn't offered this course previously?
Historically, I don't really know. It's been from the curriculum department and our math coordinators. They felt like that this was another opportunity for our seniors. That was really kind of when we were talking with the high school, is that we wanted another course for our seniors to take that was an advanced course.
Could this be taught by existing teachers?
Correct.
We would not be hiring an additional teacher to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think it's a great idea to have a book that talks about, we talk about future proofing. This is really what this textbook is all about. Taking data that you're going to get in the real world and figuring out, is it correct or not? I think it's a great idea.
If there are no other questions, I'd consider a recommendation.
So moved.
So moved Marvin Bobo.
Second.
Second Ann Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item 24, consider and act on gym floor maintenance and replacements.
Good evening. So I know at the last meeting, Mr. Parker gave an update on some items related to the gym floor, but this item is really kind of our routine process this time of year to look at what the condition of our current gym floors are and what recommendations we might make for maintenance purposes for summer work. So just to kind of provide some background, typically we do a screen and recoat, which is essentially just kind of buffing up the floor and then recoating with an additional couple layers of finish. Typically you do that every 1 to 3 years, depending on the frequency of the use of the floor and how many coats of finish are already in place on the floor. So a few districts do this in-house if they're fully staffed and have the skilled employees to do so, but most contract it out. And then a gym floor refinish is typically only done every 10 years. That's where you're actually taking it all the way down and refinishing it. And then replacement is typically only done when it's damaged or has been refinished so many times that there's not enough wood left in the flooring, which takes quite some time to get to that point. But essentially that's what we did is we reviewed all of our gym floors to see what our past maintenance had been and what the maintenance we would recommend for this summer would be. In addition to that, we made some notes that we wanted to kind of address going forward. And some of that is a result of the damage you saw on the Sloan Creek floor that Kevin shared at the last meeting. But we want to make sure that we're revisiting things as we do our gym floor maintenance with staff at the campuses, that we don't want to use water, ice chests, things like that on the floor. We want to make sure if we're covering it, we're picking up that cover daily if it's not designed to be staying. Covering for use for chairs. Oftentimes you'll probably see this time of year, a lot of chairs on gym floors. We want to make sure that our chairs are covered in such a way that we're protecting the gym floors. So these are just kind of routine gym floor maintenance items as a refresher. This is the damage that's currently present at the auxiliary gym at Sloan Creek, resulting from some water damage and additional termite damage. So when we went to all the floors to see what our plan would be for this summer, we looked at several options. We had made some general kind of in-house repairs to the Sloan Creek practice gym floor just in an effort to get them able to be up and running for this school year. We actually asked a couple of vendors if they would repair the floor. One refused to give a bid on that. And the other one did, but recommended that we not do that because of the damage to the floor, the inconsistency that would be present by attempting an additional repair. On Willow Springs, we're looking at doing a screen and recoat on the competition and practice gym, and the same at the high school. I did get a question, I think, on the competition gym because we refinished that last year. Why would we screen and recoat that? We do that because there's not enough finish on the floor yet. So it looks really nice right now, but in order to maintain the levels of finish on it that we really need to have to protect it, we want to make sure we do that one this summer as well. So this is the scope that we're recommending. We did go out for multiple bids from vendors who are available on cooperatives. One the district has used solely in the past and one I've used in the past. So our recommendation would be to go with the best value bids on these projects. So you'll see on this slide, the Sloan Creek practice gym replacement floor, the low bid was Ponder. Again, we didn't have comparable bids on the gym repair at Sloan Creek practice gym. The Willow Springs and Lovejoy High School screen and recoats on the competition and practice gyms, low bid was the flooring. There was an additional item that was provided to us on rollable mats for the practice gym at Sloan Creek. That was $51,875. We do not have a competing bid on that item yet. So at this time, we're just recommending the gym floor replacement with Ponder and the screen and recoats at Willow Springs and Lovejoy High School with Z flooring. We've also added some contingency in there at a small percentage to cover any unexpected items that may occur if we have to do bleacher work or any additional repairs once they start the work. So the funding source that we would use for this would be primarily 2017 and 2018 series remaining bond funds that we have available. I've checked the authorization of both of those funds, and we can do these projects under that existing authorization without having to issue any new bonds. So at this time, we're recommending considering approval of the gym floor maintenance and replacement projects as presented. We would consider future requests would be brought to the board if there were additional items that were desired. We're bringing this work to you this evening in an effort to get our summer work scheduled out and kind of organized and scheduled with the campuses. Any questions?
I'm not saying I'm for this, I'm just curious. Someone mentioned it earlier. The type of floor, so we're talking about a wood floor over Sloan Creek. The type of floor that's in the Lovejoy Elementary is it tile? Is it laminate? What is that floor?
It's a VCT. Yeah, VCT tile.
And do people even do those floors anymore? Is that, I'm just curious what that costs, just.
It would definitely be less expensive than a wood floor. Probably what you see more on elementary gym floors is a rubber floor. It's probably more common these days, honestly. But either one of those floors, would be less expensive, but our goal was just kind of looking at the existing floor and what would be required to maintain it. And that really the only way to address the flooring as it is would be a full replacement.
Surface is not an option. Is that-
It's possible that you could do an overlay. We didn't investigate that at this point.
For the use, so we're talking about using it for PE is what we need, right? Is that?
Yeah, based on the master schedule, they need the auxiliary gym for PE.
That's my understanding.
We're wanting to increase the space for PE. We're going to have full functionality of the gym, and we continue to do everything with it, including play basketball, including the rent it out, to generate some additional revenue.
The challenge we have is that the space was designed with a subfloor for wood flooring, so it would be pretty extensive, not just the cost of the actual flooring. But that's something that we did not evaluate.
Have funding available in the bond funds. Okay.
That's correct. And so when we are looking at the available funds and the longevity of the space and maximum flexibility for use, that was our recommendation.
Other questions?
I guess you need a decision because you need to set summer plans going, or is this something we need to look at a little bit more in depth?
It was our goal to do that. This is late even in the year to be approving summer projects. So that's why you'll see a lot of summer projects on tonight's agenda.
You're trying to work around maybe summer camps and things like that that are going to be using these gym floors.
Right.
So Kevin, can you reiterate, you feel like to get full utilization of the space, you think the wood floor is the best option?
Is the approval on the gym floor replacement, are we making the decision on the mats specifically at this meeting or just the gym floor?
No, the mats would be brought at a future meeting.
How many different, are there several other vendors that we can look at for the mats so that we can maybe get better information about size options, about safety data, some of the other things that we've talked about or have been talked about earlier in the meeting?
We've got one bid.
Duramore.
We're waiting on another one.
There are no other questions. I'd entertain a motion. So moved, Amy Smith.
Second.
Second, Marvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Consider an act on power factor correction project, item 25.
So on this item, you will see the information that we went over in the presentation at the May 9th board workshop related to this project that is being proposed this evening. You'll also see the proposal from Ally Energy Solutions that was provided. So essentially this power factor correction project that we are asking for approval for this evening would be to install capacitor banks at Puster Elementary and Lovejoy High School in order to mitigate power factor penalty fees that we are being charged by the utility provider. So the project would result in annual savings of $11,873. The total upfront cost is $49,500. So the payback term of 4 years is covered also under the warranty for the vendor's products. So we are assured that the products would last for the duration of the payback cycle. And the payback cycle of 4 years is less than the 7-year board policy listing for consideration of energy conservation measures. So it is our recommendation that that project be approved to be funded with 2014 and 2015 remaining bond series funds that would help us offset general fund expenditures out of utilities next year.
I really like when we're able to do something like this where we can spend bond dollars to save us on the M&O side. Those projects are very valuable to the school district. Do these capacitors, they last longer than the 4 years, obviously?
Yes.
So we would start seeing the savings.
Right, after the 4 years, then
Substantially more.
they would be paid.
Substantially more, yeah.
Right.
Warranty for at least 10, or you just estimate their life based on your prior experience?
Yeah, the typical life cycle of a capacitor bank would be about 10 years. That's correct.
Yeah, the warranty only
is
covers the
the 4
payback period.
years.
We'll extract as much savings as we're putting in capital dollars to purchase these units, guaranteed under the contract.
That's correct.
All right, that's a no-brainer.
Yes, I do.
We approve that.
Second. Second.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
So moved. Second, Jeff. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item 26, Puster Playground presentation.
So this evening, we wanted to bring before you some information about the Puster Playground with the changes that we've had this school year and having additional students at the campus. We have heard from some of them and reviewed some questions that have come into play. So wanted to review that information for you. These are some of our friends at Puster, and they really enjoy their recess time. They did have some information that they wanted to share with us and with you as well in regard to their time at recess at Puster. So first I want to share with you what Wesley and Brandon wanted to share. I've tried to point out a couple highlights. I know it's hard to read, but I will say that Wesley has commented that sometimes they get feisty. Because they have to wait in line. And so he mentioned that to Miss Cordell and wanted her to be aware. And then additionally, Brandon brought up some good information talking about he has to stand in line for a long time and that's going to take away his playtime. And can we have a trampoline? And while I understand, Brandon, your question, I did provide this link here for you about how dangerous trampolines are. And so that you can share that with your parents if you choose to. But point well taken in terms of the time waiting for playground equipment. On another note, Catherine shared that there's people crowding all around the jungle gym and she wants to climb. So we've noted your comments, Catherine, as well as she also makes the point that She wants to see everyone playing and no one missing out. So I love that. And last but not least, Grace is near and dear to my heart. You can see she has lots of words and pictures, which was amazing. So she has also shared some good information. She would like to have more swings, as you can see from her first picture. And she's also mentioned that she wants to climb on stuff, which if any of y'all have had small children in the recent past, you might remember some that liked to do that. And so she has kindly asked to please get us some new equipment. So we've taken this feedback and reviewed what we have at Puster. So for those of you that haven't taken part at recess time at Puster, this is what it looks like behind the campus. And I also wanted to provide some information for you on enrollment. So Puster has 671 students currently enrolled. And in comparison, Hart has 602. So they truly have experienced quite a bit of growth at Puster in terms of student enrollment compared with the equipment that they have in place. In addition, if you've been to Puster, there's 2 different areas. So that separation also creates a little bit less equipment for them to use because it's not combined in one area. So just to share that background information with you, we are in the process of receiving quotes for vendors available on bid. We're estimating about $150,000 to do an additional climber as well as an additional swing set. We've talked to a couple vendors. If we do the swing set, we'll likely do an inclusive swing with that. And so Holly actually brought up a really good point when we were looking at some of the designs and, we're talking about placement and where some of those things could be put to maximize the use and also the inclusiveness of all the students at the campus. So we wanted to kind of give you some background information and let you know that on the 6th at our board workshop, we'll be bringing before you a project related to the Puster Playground for your consideration.
Thank you for that update or presentation. Transportation area concrete.
I should have put the all in one presentation.
Concrete doesn't take too long.
You're going to notice my presentations have gotten a lot shorter. So transportation, these are just some pictures of some of the damaged concrete that we have in place at the transportation drive. Obviously, those are kind of dangerous and also could cause equipment damage. So we have received some proposals from vendors. We're estimating the cost to repair that would be about $35,000. So we'll be bringing that back to you, a proposal on the 6th again for your consideration using bond funds to repair that area of the transportation drive.
Questions?
Any questions?
Okay, item 28. Lovejoy Child Development Center Facility Update Presentation.
As you know, we have an opportunity here to have our own facility for our early childhood students, and we are going to be making some changes next year with addition of the pre-K program for our 4-year-olds. So one of the things that we've been looking at this year is we need kind of a designated area of this building that is secure. So because we have a lot of people in and out of this building, and also appropriate for that age of student. So when you look at how your bathrooms are outfitted, the location to the playground, just close vicinity, because right now the office they've been entering is the Lovejoy Elementary office. And so that's a pretty long distance from there all the way down to this area. So what we are going to be recommending is that we identify some defined entry and security areas for the Child Development Center. And right now, what we're looking at, there's an area right over here that's adjacent here to the library that's already has an awning cover, that would become the main entry for the Child Development Center, but we do not have security set up there. So Dr. Duplessis and I have been working with the team to look at what we can do so that we can clearly define that, and then also put in some security areas to block that off to where if you're in this part of the building, you would not be able to get down to the Child Development Center. So again, it's for student safety as well. And then also we have quite a bit of space here on this side of the building. We're relocating some of our offices and where our teams can come together so that they're more collaborative spaces with the departments. And then it also would free up some areas for professional development and meeting rooms. We do have some of our community members, our PTOs, use some of the meeting rooms here too. We have a lot of storage here, and Dr. Duplessis and her team are in the process of auctioning those resources out so that we can clear these rooms here. So we really look at a lot of potential. We're really underusing the facility right now. We feel like with some of these changes that will help.
So like Dr. Tinsley said, we've reviewed potential scope of work for some of those improvements to make a separate entry, provide some security upgrades and things of that nature. So we have reached out to a couple of job order contractors that are kind of specialized in some of that small work. And so we've walked through with our team with 2 different ones and are waiting for quotes back from each of them. We've walked them several times since then to look at different options. And so we expect that either at the June 6th or June 20th meeting, we may bring you back a recommendation based on what those quotes indicate.
Thank you. Item 29. You're still up?
Is that me?
Yeah, she got one slide. It's not like her at all.
I knew you would appreciate that. So in terms of my cabinet report, I feel like I've used a lot of your meeting already. So in terms of project updates, our concession heaters are supposed to be here this week. We shall see. The playground, we're looking at doing the canopy after Memorial Day. Actually, at this point, it's kind of a little bit easier to wait until after then and have them install it. And good news, salvage item auction is complete. All portables are sold. So we were able to recoup, if everybody pays, it'll probably be about $100,000. So we're excited to have that done.
Did that include the voting portable?
No, that's a good question. That one will remain for voting use. Mhm.
Okay, just checking.
All right. And that concludes my cabinet.
And not to add time, but so has anyone, when those buildings are gone, what's underneath them? Does it look like the moon under there or I mean, they haven't seen the light of day in ever.
I mean, it may not be pretty, but you know, essentially you'd be,
Give that to the Green Committee.
there you go. Really underneath it is just bare ground, whatever was there before. There's no extensive work. The only portable that had water utilities was the voting portable. So there's just not a lot underneath the skirting of the remaining portables.
Snakes under there? I don't know.
Do you want us to call you when we open it up?
If you need something killed.
Are you getting delirious, Jeff? It's getting late.
Varmints. If we have varmints, we'll let you know.
I was just a question. Miss Helen, what's the ground?
Maybe it can be the board update.
Yeah, the board update. That can be Jennifer's next one. Yeah. Woo. Okay. You've been hearing, we've got Learning Lovejoy coming up in August 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and we're super excited about what is we have planned for our staff when they return in August. And we're going to do a kind of, we're looking at a theme and probably going to be, we're working on team for the year, and this may be our training camp. So we're excited about it. But just to kind of give you a quick overview, what does professional development do for our staff? It builds capacity with our staff, aligns to where we have a common philosophy and practices throughout our district, helps us stay relevant and on top of our what's new and what we can do to help serve our kids. It grows us as individuals, increases our competency. We are lifelong learners, and it helps us kind of recalibrate at times when we need to. So Learning and Lovejoy, our objectives is that we're creating an opportunity for the whole staff throughout the district to come together and engage in learning together. It also allows us to focus on the culture of learning, collaboration, results, relationship, and fun. We also wanted to make sure that because we're having from all departments, all areas, that we were designing learning that was customized to meet the needs of all learners. And it also gives choice for the adult learners too. So we're going to have some of the breakout sessions and general sessions that we'll all want to hear so that we're clearly aligned. And then some breakout sessions that would be pertinent to the area that the educator is serving in the district. So. Just to give you a quick overview of the schedule, we have Dr. Peter Noonan returning to the district. He's done some work with us this year on the professional learning communities work. We've gotten a great response from staff on that. So he's really going to kind of be our facilitator of Learning in Lovejoy. This is a little different from what we did in the past, where we had multiple speakers coming in, but he is really going to serve as our keynote. And then we'll have some breakout sessions, and then on Tuesday, we're going to bring the student panel back that we used in Lovejoy 2030 strategic planning. We really thought that information from our students would be critical for our staff to hear. And then the second day in the afternoon, we will have the business panel returning. And then the day 3, that's where our campuses are we're going to be all at the high school, but we're going to be meeting campus teams, and really an opportunity to apply the work that the learning that we learned on Tuesday and Wednesday of that week. So again, I think it's going to be a great 3 days for us to all come together.
Good evening. I do have some good news to share. People don't think employee healthcare premiums are very positive, but this year they are because they're actually going down. So basically, our state officials have elected to use $435 million in COVID relief funds to pay for some teacher premiums. And so if you look at this healthcare, this TRS active care plan that we have right here, we have 100 staff members that take this plan. And currently this past year, they paid $417 as a monthly rate was what the plan cost. We contribute $225 to the plan. And this year you can see that it's actually decreasing for the employee by $7. So, which is great news for our teachers. So each of in that plan, each employee monthly premium were of course decreasing between $7 and $21 there. The next plan, we only had 32 employees, and once again, very little changes in this plan. The only change, I believe, was the deductible went up $50 per year, and for the individual, and $100 for the family. But for the most part, it decreased, and you can see that that will be made up within 2 months there. So once again, $27 to $91 decrease for employees. So we're super excited about that for this next year. It's over 5% in some of them. We have most of our employees in Lovejoy ISD choose this plan. 171 of our employees this past year did, and once again decreased between $7 and $26, which is good news for them. Very little change in features of the plan also. This one, we just had 8 staff members, and there were just no changes on that one. This plan is grandfathered in, so staff members can't even choose that one this year. These are just current ones from last year. And then we have an HMO plan right here, and we have 9 staff members choose that. And it increased a little bit from 87 cents to $2.56. So no drastic changes there, but we were pretty excited about that. We were expecting about 8% increase is what they had been telling us, because they're using a different type of rate, more of a regional rate. So we were pleasantly surprised this past year. I think so. Yeah. Like I said, we had been told all year that between 7 and 15%, depending on what region we were in. But I think that some of our teacher voices were heard down in Austin, and they needed to do something for our teachers and employees. So I wouldn't count on it next year.
Thank you, Jack. Good evening. I just wanted to share a few things that have been happening in the district and upcoming in the district and student services. The first one was last week. Ms. Halpin at Sloan Creek had a great idea of hosting the Fairview Police Department with a breakfast, just to say thank you and to further push forward our commitment and our partnership with Fairview Police Department. We had, I don't know, 6 or 7 officers, including Chief Tolliver, who came up and with our marshals and just enjoyed a lot of good conversation, a lot of camaraderie, and it was a much needed activity. Well, the one thing that came out is they now know that it's very clear we want to partner with them, we want to work with them, we invite them on our campuses. We're going to have them on our campuses along with the local fire departments to make sure that they're there on our lockdown drills, our fire drills. So we know what to expect from them. They know what to expect from us. So it was a really good activity. And I think that it will be something that we carry forward and have more events like this. So it was really nice. Wanted to share with you one of our school marshals, Casey Littlefield. We really need in this position somebody to head this group of people. They do such a good job, not just making sure that our staff and our students are safe, but also educating our staff and students and getting in front of them with educational opportunities. And so as of last week, we are going to move Mr. Littlefield to a new position, a new title of our head of safety and security within Lovejoy ISD. If you know anything about Casey's background in corporate security, he has a wealth of knowledge just in planning events, and he enjoys it. That's his, pardon me for saying this, but he kind of geeks out when he gets to start planning safety events, and he gets really excited about it. And so he's the right person to do this. He's extremely organized, extremely detail oriented, and he'll do a fantastic job for us. So congratulations, Casey.
Yay. Well,
We have concluded for the school year. We've concluded our state testing. It's completed for this school year. Our families will have, our community will have access to their student scores on June 24th. Through our Texas Assessment Family Portal, we'll have some communication on how to access those scores coming out and some future communication from the district. So our community, if you'll be on the lookout for that, you'll be able to access the scores very soon. Last week, we had our first annual, am I right, Dr. Matthew? Our first annual Fine Arts Signing Day. It was really, really cool to see our kids who are participating in our Fine Arts department be able to go on and continue their education in a higher education organization and continue to pursue those activities. And so we had, I believe, 20 students who are going to pursue either a major or a minor in fine arts. And it was really exciting to see their excitement and their passion to be able to do that beyond Lovejoy High School. So it was really great. And thank you, Dr. Matthew, for putting that event on. I did not get a picture of this because it was at the end of the day on Friday, but we also had our Lovejoy High School senior signing day. And I know we had at least one. I know Miss Ann Smith was there to be able to see that and to be able to see the excitement and already the school pride that these kids have. But not only that, we're sending our Lovejoy High School graduates from coast to coast, and they're going to be covering California to the East Coast, from the north to the south, and it's exciting to be able to see Lovejoy have a little bit of piece of their success, and them to be able to carry a little bit of piece of Lovejoy and spread it throughout the country. So we're really excited to see what they are able to do, and someday be able to come back and share with us their endeavors. So last thing, and Dr. Duplessis covered this a little bit, we did come to a conclusion that wrestling is going to remain in the Sloan Creek Auxiliary Gym, which I know is a desire of the wrestling program. We're glad that we'll be able to do that to provide them with the space that they need. Also, with the repairs that we're going to be having, we do need an alternative plan as far as the mats. This will be working with Coach Eaton. Like I mentioned earlier, we've gotten a quote on one type of mat, and we're waiting a quote on an additional type of mat. So we'll have some more information coming to you on those. There's a little bit of difference between the two manufacturers, and we'll be able to share that with you. So one of the things that this is going to allow us to do is avoid the mats being on the wood floor 24 hours a day, which if you go and talk to the people who put down the wood floors on the gym, they don't recommend that. So we're going to be able to avoid that, and we're going to be able to increase the space and allow for our PE classes to have smaller class sizes. So we've accomplished a few things with being able to do this. Any questions? Yes.
Jason mentioned this earlier, and they're not here anymore, ironically, but I want to make sure that we just address all the safety concerns.
Mhm.
So sometimes there's miscommunications. I know y'all are doing all the homework on that, but as long as we can make sure that they feel comfortable.
Sure.
I know y'all wouldn't buy the maps that aren't safe, right? But just so we can make sure, because I don't want them to think that they came and shared all their comments and that we aren't listening. So
just to speak to that a little bit, we've done a little bit of research on it, of course, and I don't think that the manufacturers are going to produce a mat that's going to, they're going to put students in danger. And we would never do that either. So, but at the same time, we want to make sure that Coach Eaton and the wrestling community feels good about the product that we're putting underneath their kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I think it's still Monday, so I'll try to be quick. I get the great opportunity to just give an update on Special Olympics, and just a reminder, we had another shortened year because of COVID restrictions, and so how we went around that is we were able to tag on to some local competitions. We couldn't technically say that it was a Special Olympics event, but it was a Special Olympics event. We had 3 of them with McKinney, Anna, and Prosper, and our student athletes were troopers. They were so happy to be there, to be able to showcase their talents, and they weathered the heat, they weathered waiting. If you've ever been to a track and field event, there's a lot of waiting, and so they were actually working on a lot of skills that their teachers work with them on in the classroom during that time. The other part is we had the great opportunity after 2 years to come back around the table and have a banquet. Prior to COVID, we've always had an annual banquet to be able to showcase our student athletes and just honor them for the work that they've put in throughout the year. So I've added a few pictures from our banquet, and we actually changed the style of it. Historically, it was a little bit of a traditional banquet. We would have tables set up in meals, but definitely spend a lot of time showcasing the student athletes, really making it more about the students as opposed to the adults. But this year we wanted them to be able to showcase their skills, and so we really turned it into an opportunity to have stations where they could showcase skills in bocce, bowling, some basketball, and some of the tennis ball throw. And so really it was a nice opportunity. Our student athletes were able to go through with their campus team showcase. That really doesn't do a service of the amount of people that were there, but our parents were able to be there and go with them through the station. There was some healthy competition between some of the parents. It was really neat to see that, yeah, they were wanting everyone to be winners, and also great opportunities for photos and just sharing in a really nice evening. Once we finished this skills piece, our parents and our athletes were able to go into the bleachers. We used the gym here at the Child Development Center, and they all received medals. They were able to take campus pictures and celebrate. So here's one picture of some of our athletes that were showcasing their skills. And then really we have a strong partnership with the PALS programs from the campuses that really are integral when we are at events. And so we generally have a male and female PALS that really just shares their experience. And those are our two PALS that really did an excellent job from their perspective, sharing that opportunity to have a PAL and what it means to them. And kind of a neat side note to this year, both of our PALs have siblings who have been involved in Special Olympics. So it was really nice also to hear it from that perspective as well. So it was a great night. If you've never been to a banquet, it's really the highlight of just seeing the excitement and the work that our student athletes put in, and everybody's there really just showcasing that time and event with them.
I just wanted to say, as an attendee of the event, I thought you did a great job, and your team and all the campus leaders that were there. I think the format was very fun. That's the first one I've been to, so I don't know what it was like before, but just looking at the engagement of everyone that was there, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of positive feedback about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The feedback has been very positive. Again, we definitely are open to change, and we'll probably have a do-over. We'll change some of the activities, but again, it's a great night to showcase and highlight the skills of our student athletes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're up.
Our students have had an incredible school year, and as we near the finish line with the last day of school on Friday and graduation on Saturday, I am left very humbled by our teachers and staff because they worked very hard to provide our students with the first normal school year that they've had in over 2 years. And that was not without extreme hard work and really digging deep several times, including August and January, to make sure that we were able to continue for our students. So I just want to extend my deep gratitude and respect and admiration for everything it took to do that. It's really been remarkable when we reflect back on all of the amazing things our students have gotten to do in the classroom or in extracurriculars as well. So thank you, teachers and staff.
Thank you.
Public comments related to non-agenda items. All right. With that, we're adjourned.